Welcome everybody to 2017 LCK Spring Split here. I am Valdez, with me is LS as always. We got SKT back in the booth, which means that we do have a lot of fans. They're going to be going up against the Jin Green Wings, who also has their fair share of fans as well. Yep,
and tonight SK Telecom going to be starting things off on the blue side, and they're coming off their series win against KT. They are first place right now in LCK. They're probably going to be the crowd favorites coming into tonight's match, and Jin Green Wings, they're going to have to come up with something to try to take down SK Telecom, because we've seen that KT's attempts at extremely aggressive compositions didn't really work, but when they did take them into the later game with a more controlled scaling composition, they were able to get a lead and secure that win over SK Telecom. And Jin Green Wings, known for playing extremely long games and tends to favor scaling comps.
Yeah, the question for me is, obviously SKT is the big favorite coming into tonight, but can they defeat Jin in a faster game than 40 minutes, which is kind of like the average we've been seeing from this team, 40, 45 minutes. And can the magic actually happen from Jin? We already saw it with the Afrika, able to take down SKT, the only team to do so far. Let's jump into the pick and ban phase here for game one.
SK Telecom probably going to keep things normal with Malzahar as their first ban on blue side. They've been doing this for a while now, as have some other teams. Jin Green Wings wouldn't really expect to see them deviate from the red side bans. If Camille's going to be banned away first, that probably means LeBlanc and Varus will follow on the red side. Now SK Telecom, never mind actually, they're going to mix things up with a LeBlanc ban.
That's kind of interesting. I'm curious to see how ready these guys are for this matchup. I mean, we had Hooney and Peanut both streaming last night. Those are the two that I saw. So they weren't, practicing into the dead of night or anything like that. But should be still pretty prepared coming into this one. And a Kled ban potentially here by SKT. Yeah, it is going to be locked in.
Kled getting banned away is extremely interesting. They're giving Ixu credit to play that champion. Now Jin Green Wings is going to have to come up with the last ban, highlighting that Rengar. This does mean that Rumble, Graves, and Jin have been let through. Teddy certainly likes his Jin, but Bang no stranger to playing the Ezreal into that.
Bang Junxi, I think Junxi is his name. Just replacing his last name with Bang. Seems a bit tired. Okay, we have Jin coming in here for the Jin Green Wings. Funny how that works.
Probably see Jin Green Wings respond with AD carry jungler here. Don't want to give away too much of their team composition, and with Rumble having already been picked and the bans unfolding the way that they did, there's really no reason to have to pick the top laner right now. SK Telecom, though, with Kha'Zix being picked and Jin, they probably might just respond AD carry jungler here.
I believe that is a bug. I think the Ezreal was locked in. Okay.
Being highlighted right now.
That is locked in, so Bang, he's been really favoring that Ezreal nowadays. We saw him on some more normal picks earlier on, but then decided to come back to his tried and true Ezreal. And Peanut, he's one of the only junglers in LCK that consistently does well on the Lee Sin, so we will see it again tonight.
Lee Sin being picked here is a little bit interesting, and as you mentioned, Lee Sin at the very beginning of the season, first few weeks, didn't have the greatest of times. His only wins were coming from Peanut. Now Jin Green Wings actually responding with Gragas to get that out of the way. Perhaps giving SK Telecom credit to ban away top laners to skew Jin team composition. Jin starts off the second ban phase with a Rise ban against Faker.
That's his Senpai, so awesome. I think that was a picture of Faker. Oriana take it away here after the Rise ban.
Also important to note that this is patch 7.4 tonight. The games 2 days ago were on 7.3. Not the biggest of changes in this patch. It was more so a nerf to many champions, not really anything new added. Lulu being banned away by Jin Green Wings at the very end. Yeah, a little bit surprising to see that happen. Karma is still on the table.
As we've been seeing that Maokai and other top lane champions being picked earlier in the ban phase and pick phase, we've been seeing a lot of fourth pick Karma on the red side.
Probably see Karma here, and then SK Telecom responds with Nami.
There we go. This is becoming more standard, more common. But this will mean that Snowflower, or rather, well, Jin Green Wings and Kuzan in the mid lane will get the counter pick in mid. So if you were trying to give yourself as much of a chance against Faker as possible, this is definitely one way to do it.
Nami being highlighted, and now if you're SK Telecom and you're thinking to yourself, what sort of a mid lane champion do you want? Well, it looks like they're highlighting Jace. And he's going to be locked in, so now Jin Green Wings get to decide what Kuzan wants to play. Highlighting a Vel'Koz right now.
We have not seen a mid Vel'Koz or a support Vel'Koz, I don't believe. So he does change to the Victor.
Changes to the Victor, locks it in, and so yet again, Jin Green Wings with a very late game centric team composition. They have the wave clear on that Victor. They have the scaling that's going to be granted with the Gragas, Victor, and the Jin. This is just how they tend to play. And on red side, it's going to be easy for them to control the choke point leading into the red side jungle with the gravity field on Victor. They have the red side Gragas ultimate to knock people out of the Baron pit, can grant Umti some Baron steal potential, and they have the curtain call from the safety of the red side jungle. So lots of stall potential on that team composition.
Very standard Jin. You take a look at SKT's side, they have a lot of early game potential, looks like. I mean, they can definitely get the ball rolling if they win their lanes and kind of do what SKT does, where they don't let you get back into the game. This team doesn't really make mistakes. So I think if they get ahead early, they can definitely run away with this one quickly.
Yep. Would agree with that for sure. And we're about to take one last look at the team compositions. Rumble, Lee Sin, Jace, Ezreal, and Nami. So lots of acceleration potential, as you were mentioning. A lot of the onus will be on Peanut to make things happen. And then on the flip side, Gragas, Kha'Zix, Victor, Jin, and Karma for Jin Green Wings. Extremely difficult for Umti to do anything in the mid lane matchup, and even in bottom, so a lot of his focus should probably be up in top lane.
Yeah, so Uni definitely going to have to be careful coming into this game. So guys, let's jump into game number one right now. SKT versus the Jin Green Wings up in the Rift. Here we are in match 51 of LCK Spring. Had a ton of games so far. We've just recently passed the midpoint, which was 45 matches.
To start things off, we're having a fan out by both of these teams. Nothing too exciting happening.
Most exciting thing that happened right now is that we received our hot packs. Because, I mean, it's early March in Korea, so it's still a little bit cold. We had a couple of weekends that were decently warm. They were getting to around 10 degrees Celsius during the day. And now it's gotten cold again, which is not good news.
Korea doesn't have, Korea has 4 seasons technically, but it's really just 2.
Technically.
Yeah. There's winter and summer.
Yeah, winter and summer, and then we get like 2 to 3 weeks of spring and fall. And those fly by. You don't even notice them go by. Those are your chances to kind of enjoy the weather. Then it gets extremely humid.
Faker and Uni looking to do some stuff. Kuzan, though, gonna get chunked.
I love how Huni just runs in there 1v2 and is allowed to pick up some of those Raptors and just harass the 2 of them. Actually, he didn't pick up any of the Raptors, my bad. Still on 0 CS. But still being a nuisance there at the Raptors.
Meanwhile, in bottom lane, Teddy and Snowflower got the jump up onto Bang and Wolf, pushing that lane in, but SK Telecom have the lane advantage right now, even though Snowflower and Teddy are pushing.
Ooh. Look at Bang's harassment and the follow-up from Wolf. Teddy's getting pretty low. And you can see just how confident Bang is on that Ezreal, especially against a bot lane that isn't, you know, KT's bot lane, which they just had to go up against. He must be enjoying himself down there right now.
Right now, it looks like was trying to do something, but his route was a little bit peculiar. He didn't go for a full swing. Raptor Camp red golems top then mid, but instead opted to go into Peanut's blue side jungle. He got some intel on him, but fell a little bit behind in tempo, and now he can't make his way back up to the top half of the map, so he's going to fall behind in the golem camp.
Look at this. There are no wards in the bottom side river because of where MT went. So Faker's just running up on in here. He actually misses the accelerated shock blast, but he's got the support of Wolf now. And I thought maybe he was going to try to put some more damage onto the bot lane, but instead just going into that blue.
Right now, in bottom lane, you can see Teddy struggling a little bit to get some farm. Passive making it a little bit difficult. Snowflower considerably chunked, and Wolf is just being super obnoxious right now.
Yeah, and you thought it was only Wolf, and then Peanut runs in and steals the Gromp after a nice bubble that forces MT away. And you could see just how aggressive SKT is getting from right from the get-go. Very, very confident play. This is what they need to do.
Jenner Green Wings, speaking of confidence, can't be feeling too confident right now. They must know that is, well, his route is going to be able to be completely predicted now. After the Gromp went down, there's only one place he can really go. That is into his left side jungle. And so when you look at mid lane and top lane, from SK Telecom's perspective, you just have to ask yourself, well, how can he approach this? And then all you have to do is play around that.
No wards in bot. And you can see SKT is trying to force a trade here. No more mana for Wolf to land a bubble, but here comes Peanut. Gonna run on in. Still got summoners down here in bot lane. Forces out the exhaust and jumps in still, but Teddy is going to live. Forces out the heal and then just backs off.
Still a pretty successful gank nonetheless, though. They get the heal and the exhaust out of Teddy and Snowflower. Right now, Faker putting a lot of heat on in mid lane. Kuzan almost has reached the gold for his Hex Core upgrade.
Yeah, and he is keeping up in farm, you know, after all of that heat that Faker was putting on. You know, doing a decent job dodging some of the shock blasts. And here comes MT into the jungle, trying to find Peanut.
Oh, a little bit of a mistake right there.
Uh-oh, and Peanut, he must not have known that MT was here. He's going to lose those wolves. Let's see where Huni comes to, because Ixu is already inside the jungle. It looks like Huni's not going to come down. They're just going to have to give over the wolves to MT.
And he's going to have to give over the Gromp as well, so Peanut making a little bit of a misplay right there with the reset. Not the complete end of the world, though. But so far, Jin Green Wings across the board, with the exception in bottom lane, they're for the most part keeping up in CS.
Well, here comes Peanut and Faker actually towards the bot lane, but the ward did spot them. So you can see already the bot lane has backed off. Umti and Kuzan rotating, and here comes Umti, very aggressive, onto Faker. Gonna knock him back into Peanut. Peanut misses the shockwave. So allows Umti to get away. There's the equalizer though. That's gonna be first blood going over to Huni. Shock Blast does miss on the second follow-up there onto Kuzan, but they do pick up first blood.
It was the long con. He intentionally missed because Huni said, I got it. That's...
They wanted to feed Huni instead of the Lisa.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, this will be better later on.
Yeah. I'll just give you the W and get the assist that way. So Huni able to rotate down into mid lane, pick up that kill for his team. First blood on him is actually probably the most valuable right now because of that Rumble versus Gragas matchup.
Yeah. Wolf getting aggressive again, will eat some damage, but you can see just how low Teddy's getting once again. Having a bit of trouble keeping up. Does have the boots of swiftness, actually, an early pickup, which means that he must have started with the boots, so he really doesn't have much in terms of attacking items just yet.
Yeah, his itemization is extremely peculiar. Doesn't really grant anything.
And look at him compared to Bang. Bang already has the cull and the tier, so Bang is going to be scaling like mad, whereas Teddy is kind of just struggling to do any damage at all.
Right now, Peanut, level 6, coming into bottom lane. Bang is level 6 as well. Looks like he's going to try to get some intel first on where Umti could be.
He's looking. We see the True Shot Barrage come out of bottom. Potentially just trying to push the lane. Actually is putting down the ward to get the teleport in here. That's going to be Snowflower going down. Let's see if they commit to more. Looks like no, Huni just going to teleport down. This might mean they go for the bottom turret here.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get this bottom turret for first blood of the game. Teddy doesn't have ultimate yet, so there's going to be no way for him and MT to somehow stop this. Equalizer, not the... it whiffed.
Yeah. You can see that even though SKT is whiffing skill shot after skill shot, they still are massively ahead at 9 minutes. Over 2,000 gold. And the bot lane is just a wreck right now for Jin Air. Already down 20 CS and all the scaling items as we said before. Now Faker getting onto Ixu, who has less than half health. Looks like he will give up on the kill and go back to mid lane.
Gragas is a big boy.
Looking for that barrel, the flash stun into, trying to get the stun. Lots of burst damage coming out. This will be the kill onto Faker. And in fact, the one lane where SKT is having a bit of trouble now is the mid lane.
That was very surprising because Faker must have known that there's a possibility that he's still around there. And his decision to come back into mid lane is a little bit peculiar. But credit to Ixu for setting up that play and giving Kuzan the kill over him. And now he's at a pretty sizable CS lead as well.
Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely true. Maybe Faker a little bit overconfident to stick around. Shot Barrage does miss Umti after Bang does a bit of burst damage earlier for about half his health. Here comes the flash into the missile, and even with the exhaust, that should be the kill. He'll go over to Huni. He gets very close to dying, but calculated all in the end.
Speaking of calculations, it looks like SK Telecom know exactly how to convert the early game lead into more pressure. They pulled Jin Air Green Wings up into top lane, and you can just see how far behind Teddy is right now. They're gonna let Rumble go into bottom lane. Huni doesn't even have teleport advantage right now, but because SK Telecom's bottom lane is now top and they're on the blue side, the defensive angles that they can take are going to be a little bit better. Much easier to put a stop to any sort of teleport plays with up in top lane.
Finally, a bit of answering back onto Bang, who does take a bit of damage, but the healing from Wolf and just the biscuit that he had is going to be enough to get him back to full health. And Teddy's still low on mana. Peanut might look for something up top. Looks like he does see Kuzan, but may just return to getting that Scuttle Crab.
Right now, the game is, for the most part, I mean, pretty passive. A lot of the kills that have occurred have been pretty straightforward. Definitely not as chaotic as the SK Telecom versus KT.
Well, looking for some action now is Jin Air. We got 4 of their members up top. A great land there by the Karma, in fact. Here comes trying to do a bit of damage to Bang. Will pick up the kill. And the ultimate comes out onto Wolf, but is not enough as he actually rams straight into the turret. Now Faker's up top, trying to go 1v4. Just looking to land some damage as Huni continuously pushes bot.
So Jin Air Green Wings, they got that kill onto Bane. They got some summoners as well. Not able to convert too much off of it. SK Telecom going to respond now by taking Cloud Drake. Not the best dragon in the game.
Yeah.
For them to pick up against the Victor and the Jin. Definitely would want some Mountain Drakes, and
Ocean Drake
RNG
is next.
Yeah, it's not on their side tonight. Jin Air Green Wings winning the lottery in terms of dragons.
Faker actually messed up the acceleration gate on that one. Didn't actually put the shock blast through it.
There's been lots of mechanical misplays from almost all of the members on SKT tonight, a little bit more than we're used to seeing. Keeps messing it up.
Yeah. He is still going to jump into Kuzan, who puts down this Chaos Storm, landing a bit of retaliation damage towards Faker. Will force the recall out. Here comes Ixu from the right side. Bang should be okay, but Wolf and Peanut in the top river. Look at all the Jin Air Green Wings members. They're hunting Wolf. And they land the Deadly Flourish, and oh, that might just be his life. He flashes the wall, needs to dodge it. It might not matter. He dodges the, no, he doesn't. The 4th shot does get him. And down he does go.
Nice pickup for Jin Air Green Wings. Comes at a cost, which is top tier 1 turret. Now Ixu, yeah, trying to go on to Huni. Huni just gonna knock himself away.
Fearless in the face of both Ixu and MT. Does have that equalizer available, but Smite for MT should secure this blue. Oh, Barrett almost misses it there. He's getting MT pretty low now, forces the flash. There's the equalizer. Ixu is around, but MT's still very low. There's the flash into Huni. Does pick up the kill. Here's the ball from Peanut, and another missed flash wave, shockwave. Sonic Wave, rather. That is going to be the kill there onto Huni. The double kill comes out, and even though Peanut not the cleanest of helping there, they still do capitalize on the 2 kills.
Yeah, I don't quite know exactly what's going on with Peanut, but...
Blank game 2, anyone?
Yeah, blank blank space. I don't know. It's a lot of missed skill shots. I mean, he's still 0-0-4 for the game, 80% kill participation, but some things definitely could have gone a little bit cleaner.
Teddy still not doing any damage. The crit barely even tickles Huni. He's 4-0.
Right now, talking about the itemization, we can see the Fakers going into the tier. So he's going to have that available to him to aid SK Telecom's poke in Siege later on into the game, as that's going to be a pretty big part of their ability to break into the base of Jin Air when Victor tries to stall endlessly.
we have a bit of a rotation now down towards bottom lane. Even Kuzan pushing mid and making his way down. This is going to be 4 members of Jin Air that look to push the spot turret. As I do say that, though, Kuzan and begin to make their way up towards mid. And just going to push that wave and head towards mid as well as the Jin Air bot lane. Meanwhile, Wolf and Peanut trying to get onto this Rift Herald, but they are spotted by Ixu, who lays down a ward.
The problem is right now Faker was up in top lane, able to keep shoving in a wave. Jin Air Green Wings, though, they're going to pick up the most valuable turret. Mid tier 1 now, down. And this is going to enable them to be a little bit more aggressive unless SK Telecom can respond with mid tier 1 turret. Taking a look at a replay from a few moments ago, you can see Huni really wanted to flash in on but he was just waiting a little bit, and then Peanut was in position, able to land that kick. Couldn't quite follow up on it.
Not the hardest ability to land if you are in melee range, but this is the Sonic Wave.
Brendan, you have to put your mouse over the champion and press R.
That's true, that's true.
All right.
And if you're not using, you know, the smart cast, you have an extra click involved, so it could definitely get a little bit hard.
That's what I'm saying. Good. I'm glad that we're on the same page here.
Yeah. Are they going to give this to Faker? Looks like it. Yeah.
Faker's not in the mood to eat. He didn't want that plant. Wasn't quite full HP and full mana, but decided against it.
I think Huni, when he got the kill onto MT, already had his Leandries, so he's about, you know, 800 gold to finish that Zhonya's, and we're gonna see a really scary Rumble in this game. It's gonna be hitting like a truck. He was actually playing this a couple of times on stream last night. I was watching. Already up 2.2k gold on Gragas.
And Jin Air's actually ahead in the mid lane department, though, in gold. He's on slightly ahead of Faker. And right now, it just becomes like a mini waiting game. It's almost like Jin Air Green Wings are going to become a mini Samsung Galaxy, where they're just going to constantly go to the lanes, pick up, farm, and wait for the late game. This is basically all Jin Air Green Wings do.
It's just they still can't convert. Okay, we got an Infernal Drake at least for Dragon number 3. Okay, we got a nicely placed ward. Here comes Huni, right on top of the stun, but the tidal wave coming out. Can they convert onto any kills? Kuzan is lifted on up. In goes Peanut the kick, but Kuzan is still alive. Wolf very, very low in the back. Oh, and even eats that 4th shot. Here comes Faker with the shock blast, but still not enough. Nobody dies on either team.
Really close call for Jin Air Green Wings. Managed to just barely get out. You can see bottom lane not looking so great for them. They're going to be able to put some gold into one of their main carries up in top, though. And the next Dragon of the game, SK Telecom winning out the RNG war on that one. Infernal Drake will be spawning. That's something that Jin Air Green Wings will potentially have to try to defend against. And then depending on the speed at which it does get taken, the next dragon to follow that up could be Elder Dragon.
Well, they didn't have the Baron spawn, and I'm curious to see how risky SKT is going to get with this. They are ahead by about 5,000 gold, but we've seen MT jump into the pit and steal his fair share of Barons already this season, so I would want to at least get a pick before you make an attempt at that Baron.
T trying to go aggressive.
Yeah, jump at the wall. Actually, the flash onto Bang, who might not have his Arcane Shift. Yeah, he does not. He does get picked up. Nice engage there by Ixu. And all of a sudden, Jin Air Green Wings are the ones that look to potentially make a push in mid lane.
Faker trying to respond to this by drawing attention up to top lane. Jin Air doesn't actually commit to mid lane. A little bit peculiar. They had the curtain call on Teddy. But don't ever, let's not ever associate proactivity with Jin Air Green Wings.
They're scared of the nightmare rumble. Who's gonna equalize everybody.
Listen, Brendan, Jin Air Green Wings would fold aces. Okay? Pre-flop.
I mean, yeah, it's possible.
That's what they would do.
I wouldn't put it past them. They'd be that guy in the casino that just never plays a single hand. He's just getting the free food. He's not there for the poker.
Oh man. Well, and so it commences yet again.
Yeah. Well, there you could see that SKT, now that they have 5, they're definitely looking for picks. Gets the Edge of Night off of Teddy. Huni looking for that equalizer. Waiting, waiting. Ixu's on the right side, so look for the engage there. He does not have his flash this time. Empty jumps the wall. And Snowflower eats half his health and damage.
Right now, SK Telecom, they're going to try to make something happen, but against the wave clear that Jin Air have available to them, I don't really see anything happening.
Faker taking a ton of damage, and in goes Huni all alone, gets exhausted, but really nice zone. Just great kick there by Peanut to set up the kill, picks up Victor. That's one of the main components of all this wave clear. Still more poke coming out of Faker and Bang. And now maybe they can push the turret.
Getting Kuzan a really big victory for SKT, and that chunk on Teddy, really big as well.
Makes things even easier.
Now without Victor, Jin Air Green Wings will have to concede this middle tier 2 turret, so inch by inch, SK Telecom's gonna claw ahead. About to make an oopsie.
Peanut still on the chase. He's saying, okay, this isn't your jungle anymore. It's past 20 minutes. This is now SKT territory. Get out of here.
Faker now has just picked up Edge of Night. And you can see that the itemization for Huni and Peanut also extremely defensive. Really itemizing to let SKT go in. And in this replay here, you can see that Ixu tries to go forward and maybe get Faker, but in doing so, Huni with the Zanya's Hourglass able to dish out so much damage onto Jin Air. Teddy holding that 4th bullet for the enhanced damage as long as he could, but didn't quite matter as Peanut was able to knock up Kuzan and take him down.
Yeah. Peanut so far, his role has been dragon kick after dragon kick. Just setting up kills essentially for his teammates. He's 0-0-5. Not taking any of the big gold from the kills from his team.
Interesting itemization from Kuzan. Lichbane's second item with Ninja Tabby. A little bit peculiar. I can understand that, yes, SK Telecom have a few melee champions. Jin can go melee or be ranged, but Lichbane does strike me as peculiar.
Look at this. Faker, he's trying a 1v2. He gets caught up in top lane. Not the first time that has happened. Huni's like, I got this, boys. 1v5, no problem. I got Wolf on the back end. He's gonna Zonia's, but he has no help. He's gonna try to flash away. Here's Bang and Wolf finally, but they're here a little bit too late. And that's a double mistake, I'd like to call it, out of SKT, and great capitalization by Jin Air. This is exactly what they need to stay alive in this game.
Is what they need to stay alive. SK Telecom being a little bit too disrespectful in a way with their lane allocations, and also that teleport from Huni was extremely bizarre.
Yeah, that's an easy cancel. I mean, you can see all the members all around you. I think he just overestimated how long, rather underestimated how long it would take for his team to follow up.
Now, Peanut started Infernal Drake, even though he knew he couldn't quite burst it down. He's gonna, oh, okay.
Well, He is going to go down. No, never mind. Okay, the kick comes out, and Faker jumps the wall.
What?
Now it's his turn to go 1v5, and he is going to get killed. Bang, getting a little bit too close, and Jin Air all of a sudden is beginning to run away with a bunch of kills. Ixu getting a little bit too far forward. Huni is there to help Bang, but I mean, that's the Infernal Drake now, which really could have helped SKT in their pushing and winning these team fights, going over to Jin Air, and 2 more kills.
Well, SK Telecom, I don't really know exactly what to say. They're just... Really, it doesn't look like them with some of the decisions that they're making, and Jin Air, Green Wings, quick to capitalize on all the mistakes that they're making right now. And you mentioned earlier in draft phase that SKT usually not a team that makes this many mistakes, and especially not to this level. Definitely peculiar damage foresight. They're still in a lead though, which could even be misleading Jin Air Green Wings. They have about a 5K gold lead, but when you factor in the Infernal Drake and the scaling from Jin Air, SK Telecom isn't really in a lead, and it's only going to get worse. They would have a very slight lead, if anything, right now.
I think after that series of events, SKT really needs to take a step back and say, okay, now it's time to play this game seriously. And I hope it's not too late for them. It's like that solo queue game where you're up 17-5, and then your mid lane dies like 3 times trying to go 1v4. And you're like, okay, well now let's try, but you know, all of a sudden they steal Baron and then the game runs away from you, so.
Well, one of the main problems is Faker's confusing Jace's The Defender of Tomorrow with Tom Cruise Edge of Tomorrow. He keeps thinking.
Yeah, you don't just, you know, I mean, I guess you do get to respawn, essentially, but there is a drawback in this case.
And right now, the game has hit a little bit of a passive phase. We are watching paint dry.
We got the fight over the red buff. Who's going to win?
This is the real highlight.
Ward goes down.
There it is.
Oh, with the burst damage.
I want to hear that play-by-play, Brendan, on that
That was
smite.
nice, right?
Yeah. I wanted to hear the detail of the color yellow come down and hit the minion. You didn't quite deliver, so.
Yeah, maybe next time. Maybe on Baron.
Barrage comes out.
Now everybody has agreed to group up mid. Ooh, Teddy eats a shock blast. Faker really just snuck that one in there. Tucked it right behind Gragas.
Oh, and they're actually going to go for a Baron Blitz. And never mind, they're going to turn their attention away. Maybe hit the Scryer plant. That might be a good idea. Yeah.
Jin Air, it looks like they immediately knew just by the rotation,
Listen,
even though they didn't have the vision.
Jin Air's not looking for a fight. They just want the game timer to go up.
Yeah. They're just sending Umti in, and Snowflower is there to support. And that's it. You can see they threaten it, and immediately SKT has to back off. They cannot go for that Baron Blitz. We've seen MT do it before. Oh man, that's the force of 2 accelerated shock blasts in your face. Maybe now they'll give it a shot, although Teddy is healing back up.
SKT really not making use of a lot of the macro things that we would expect out of them at this point in the game. You see that Huni has teleport, and yet he's hanging around mid lane. Yes, they would need him for an equalizer, but they're in a position that Jin Air Green Wing should not be able to surprise them. Huni now going to go down into bottom lane. Or not. Okay.
He's thinking about it. He's actually going back and forth.
I'm not quite sure. That has to be about 400 or 500 gold of minions, not something that you just want to ignore.
Yeah. He'll go down and pick it up now. Does have his teleport in case Baron has started. And I think 7.4 is the patch with the experience the rubber banding. Is that correct? I think that is. Because we had Wolf, I think, a level and a half ahead of Snowflower. Now Snowflower is 2 levels over Wolf, which is not the most gigantic deal on the supports, but right now Wolf does not have his level 2 ultimate.
Well,
not that he's had to use it any time in the last 5 minutes.
This is actually the patch where some of the masteries did get nerfed, and yes, as you mentioned, the catch-up experience is here. And right now, I mean, SKT, they still, if you look at the gold, they have about a 6,000 gold lead, but again, you have to think about what that Infernal Drake is doing for all the members on Jin Air Green Wings. It's doing wonders for that Jin and Victor. Oh, and that equalizer, it really did chunk Kuzan, but...
Yeah, Kuzan's the target here. Nice second missile for the follow-up. Peanut wants him. There's the redemption. Everybody will group up. Kuzan near full health now, and it looks like SKT will just accept the Ocean Drake as their prize.
I don't even know. That's like getting socks from your great aunt on Christmas.
Yeah.
You win the fight, and then you get an Ocean Drake. I will say, though, that, you know, given the fact that they do have the Siege and Poke as a gear that's available to them, the longer that this game goes on, it will help out in that regard a little bit.
And they got an interesting position here where Huni was able to rotate down to bot. He could push that in pretty fast.
They don't need to fight here. Huni going uncontested, don't know what SKT...
Oh boy, Bang, he went real aggressive. There's the redemption coming in. Everybody is healing up. It looks like Huni has been able to take that turret, and Teddy in the back eating a huge shock blast. Umti in the front. It doesn't look like Peanut can quite get on top of him. Equalizer is ready once again, and they don't go for it. They decide not to, even though Teddy is very low. Okay, here comes the chase finally. And Teddy is in a ton of trouble, forced to flash away. The equalizer goes the wrong way. Karma will bite the dust. Teleport coming in now from Ixu. And there's the flash forward from Huni. They finally are able to get Teddy. Kuzan in the back, quite low here. Umti trying to burst down Faker, what will also go down. Kuzan on the run, Bang once, and redemption finally comes out once again. Ixu is able to eat that heal, but he will go down. And that is 4 kills in total, only Kuzan surviving.
And SK Telecom just turned the game on its head in a matter of seconds. They're going to get themselves another turret as well. Probably going to turn their sights to Baron right now. Ixu doesn't have teleport, even if he would have been able to come up before this Baron would go down. And without Umti, there's no way for Jin Air Green Wings to try to stop this. And so now they're going to have to resist the Baron siege. Take another quick look at this replay. So you can see that SK Telecom, they really wanted blood. They landed the shockwave on Snowflower. Huni cast the equalizer, but Teddy, not quite deft, went away that Huni probably was not expecting. And he ended up just getting sandwiched in the end anyway. Kuzan, you can see, doesn't quite have the damage. The exhaust came out to completely gut it in the end anyway. Umti doesn't really have that much damage anyway. Redemption came out, and I thought it was actually going to enable Ixu to live, but Bang, just a little bit too much damage. Jin Air Green Wings bit off more than they could chew. So now, 11,000 gold lead for SK Telecom.
Yeah, it's quite nice. And with the Baron buff here, it's going to make things even easier. Jin Air still has that really nice wave clear with Kuzan. And of course, the Infernal Drake did go over to Jin Air, so we have SKT sitting on double Ocean Drake and a Cloud Drake. Not exactly the best set of dragons to go for a push, but they're so far ahead that they can actually just tank a ton of damage and still push the turret. In fact, Ixu getting so low that he has to back, and that should be the first inhibitor of the game going down.
Inhibitor's going to be opened up now for SKT. They should be able to rotate down to bottom a little bit. Surprising they don't have Huni go up to top lane with that teleport. Look at the amount of damage that's done to that top inhibitor turret. It would be so easy for SK Telecom to raise that with Baron minions.
Seems like maybe they want to push it in right now with the equalizer, but Huni getting extremely low. The Redemption is forced out. Curtain call. I think he landed one of those bullets. True Shot Barrage comes out. And it looks like SKT might push in with this wave, as many members of Jin Air Gaming's now getting low. Really nice equalizer. This will definitely force them back. And look at how fast they do damage to those turrets.
That damage coming out from Huni, that was a beautiful equalizer to open up the base of Jin Air. And now with 2 inhibitors down, it's not going to matter about that Victor wave clear. Not going to be able to stall out the game the way that he could have before. And in a minute and a half, Elder Dragon is spawning, and you can't expect that Jin Air Green Wings are going to be in a position to try to take that. And I mean, the game is spiraled completely out of control. 13,000 gold lead for SKT.
Yeah. It was really just that one fight that they had in the red side jungle of Jin Air, where both Snowflower and Teddy getting caught in a really rough spot, and everybody else trying to save them eventually met their own doom outside of Kuzan. And once they got all those kills and the Baron and both inhibitor turrets and both inhibitors, now we're in a much different game. Elder Drake coming up here in 50 seconds, as you were saying. Baron buff about to run out. We'll see exactly how SKT wants to push this one in. For now, it looks like basically just kill Ixu is the plan, who tried to charge in and stun Wolf, but did miss. And here we go, coming in onto this very weak top inhibitor turret. Big shock blast onto Teddy. And that inhibitor, okay, they're gonna give it one last shot. Ixu engaging on in, will pay for it with his life. Huni is about to turn onto Kuzan, who got a little bit too close. Big stun there from Kuzan, though, and a lot of members of SKT are pretty low. But here comes the Redemption. We'll heal up all those important members. And finally, that big equalizer takes out MT. And with these super minions, it looks like SKT is going to push into the base and try to end game number 1.
I like how Bang is killing the inhibitor still instead of attacking the turret. As safe as humanly possible.
Trying to set up the kills. Wants to help his team's KDA. They get another one on Teddy, and that's going to be game number 1 in an eventual landslide out of SKT.
SK Telecom eventually managed to find the openings that they needed to bring the game back under control, but a lot of mechanical errors that game across the board for all the members, and it does make me wonder if Peanut's going to get subbed out for Blank if he's just not feeling it, and I don't mean that in a negative way.
Yeah.
Could just be having an off day.
I mean, we saw them subbing in Blank for Peanut against KT, so Goma has definitely put in subs in more high-pressure situations before.
Well, we'll also get to see if Prophet would make a return in today's series.
As long as he gets Rumble, that's the only champion that I want to see Prophet on.
Champion, kill champion, Prophet. So that's basically it. Jin Air Green Wings, though, I mean, they drafted the way that they draft, and they don't quite have the all-star lineup of KT to try to take to SKT with an ultra-aggressive team composition, and so you're left wondering, really, what do you do? But we're going to head to the analyst desk, and then we'll be back in a moment.
Welcome back to the Analyst Desk, guys. It's me, Valdez, with Binu to help with the translation.
Happy to be here, seeing SKT another Tuesday right after their victory over KT. It's always a pleasure to watch.
So we're going to take a look at the result. One Infernal Drake off the back of about 4 or 5 SKT mistakes that Generic Green Wings was able to take. But outside of that, not much else, as SKT, as we expected, was able to take game number 1 in under 40 minutes.
And I know we don't always talk about the bans as much, but the Kled ban kind of made me chuckle seeing it targeted against Ixu.
Yeah. Look at the damage out of Bang. I was actually expecting Rumble to be top, but Bang had the most, and Jace was second, and then Rumble. Peanut almost had as much damage as Wolf. He didn't have the most impactful Lee Sin game, to put it lightly.
Pretty surprising, because I thought during the match Bang's Ezreal was being a little cavalier with his ultimates, but...
That's a good word. I'm going to steal that.
Thank you. So right off the bat, Helios talking about Ixu's Gragas pick, which made a lot of great engages, to be fair, for Jennair. And I know I talked about that Kled earlier on, and the reason why I brought it up was because I remember back in one of his streams, I believe, Ixu was talking about his game philosophy, and he said, well, I just love playing fast ones. It doesn't matter, as long as his champions are fast, this guy loves it. Maybe he might be able to get something a little bit more mobile than Gragas in that next game and have a bigger impact.
Warwick. Let's see it. So we're going to take a look at some replays, which eventually give you a... That was the first missed Sonic Wave. Replays really just give you a look-see at who's going to be the MVP. And, well, Huni did a lot of damage there.
Speaking of ultimates, I loved Huni's ultimates, especially in this series, especially towards the end as well, because a lot of times you expect your Rumble ultimate to have only value in terms of the damage it does, but later on, especially when he's pushing people off the inhibitor, it's so satisfying to watch.
Huni just getting kill after kill. I think that's 2 aggressive flashes in a row. I don't think he used it in the first kill. But he was very far ahead and was using that power to help his team.
Huni had a great performance this series, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him get the MVP. It was almost like watching Marin in his earlier series against Kongdu Monster.
I mean, as I said before, those replays always give you insight into who the MVP is going to be. That looked like the Huni highlight reel. So I think it should be Huni, who, by the way, is #1 in top KDA ranking.
Well, you have to keep in mind as well, SKT with those 2 victories against KT, knocking a lot of those KT player KDAs down. Score managing to stay up there.
Just below Peanut.
Yep. So Helios, the optimist for Jennair, saying that if Jennair plays a little bit more sharper today, they might have a good second set coming up. To be fair, that final team fight in the Jennair Green Wings base looked pretty close, especially given the fact that they were about 12K gold behind.
So now we're going to take a look at the MVP. As you guys might have guessed, it was Huni with 80% kill participation, 7, 1, and 5. It's a 12 KDA.
Feels like every week we have SKT in here, we do end up with a Huni interview. Perhaps Huni has the blessing of Gangnam.
He's a pretty talkative guy too. I like when he does his MVPs.
The Gangnam gods are smiling kindly upon Huni, and I agree with you. It's always fun to interpret his interviews as well.
And me and LS, we were talking about, is there going to be a sub for Game 2?
Well, if this season's any indication, I think it's safe to assume subs no matter what happens, right?
It's just every game there's a new sub. I guess the question is, who will be subbed then?
That's right, and just to speak a little bit more on those rapid substitutions that we're seeing this season, it's really interesting in comparison to how the league has developed over time. But like you said,
okay,
Prophet coming in for Huni.
Prophet, well, he had a good showing against KT, played that very aggressive Rumble. Huni got one game of Rumble in before Prophet comes in. He's like, okay, here's how you do it, young one. Go ahead. And
it's Rumble, too. It's literally like he's handing over the controls on the Xbox.
That's the way it feels. So that's going to do it for the Analyst Desk, guys. We are going to jump into game number 2 after just 2 minutes, so join us then. Welcome back to the Nexon Arena, everybody. It's me, Valdez, with LS in the midst of SKT versus the Jin Air Green Wings. We did have one sub, LS. We got Prophet back in the game.
Oh, man. Well, he's going to see Ixu kill Ixu. That's going to be his game plan going into game number 2. Now, it's interesting, though, because they're on red side this time around, and Prophet's last debut was on Rumble. He's only known for playing extremely aggressive champions. So we'll have to see how they try to set him up. A little bit surprised not to see Blank actually come in with him as well, though.
That's what we saw against KT. And I guess this means overall as a team, they're just going to be extremely aggressive. Maybe they want to go home early tonight, LS.
Well, we'll see what their game plan is coming into game number 2. And honestly, I don't know how you would approach it if you are Jin Air Green Wings. You have to know that your mid to late game is inferior to SK Telecom's, and you don't quite have the same level of mechanics that, you know, KT does across all the lanes to really try to draft in a way that would let you have 3 winning lane matchups and a winning jungler matchup and try to win that way. So maybe something interesting like you know, an off pick, an extremely off meta pick, or something that SK Telecom aren't expecting that's unconventional. Look for a lead that way. We saw SKT ban away the Kled.
Will they play the Kled this time?
Faker does not look amused.
Yeah.
He missed too many shock blasts.
He actually does look a little bit disappointed. It's like, I'm not picking Jace this time. I'm gonna play Katarina.
We actually haven't gotten to see SKT's Katarina, but she did take some hits in recent patches, so probably why.
Small nerfs. We're gonna jump into the pick and ban phase here for game 2. And if there was a time for Jin Air to ban Rumble, I think this is the time here in the beginning. I think you want to ban Rumble. We saw Prophet play it yesterday. We see Huni on it. It just seems like everybody on SKT loves Rumble, and it's very strong nowadays. So they do ban it first.
SK Telecom now on red side, highlighting the Varus. See how Jin Air plays out their blue side. Zyra being highlighted, a little bit surprising. And it does get banned away. No Malzahar yet. Malzahar on red side. Definitely something SK Telecom could be interested in picking up. What do you think about that like leopard skin on his glasses? That design.
I didn't even notice it, actually.
Didn't notice?
That's like, is that leopard? It looks like cheetah or something. Or no, maybe it's leopard.
Is it leopard?
I don't know. We're gonna have to get another look.
You ruined it for me. SK Telecom though, ruining my hopes of seeing LeBlanc ban her away as the last pick. And Jin Air actually gonna be the ones to first pick the Malzahar. This does mean that SK Telecom would actually have the option to respond with Misfortune.
And with Rengar being left up, they could pick that. They could take Graves, another fantastic jungler nowadays. Ezreal, it just seems like all these games now that SKT plays, they just want to get bang on Ezreal. And I mean, he had the most damage in that last game, even with Rumble getting extremely fed, and even with the Jace on your team, he was #1 on Ezreal. So it makes sense that they want to get bang on this champion.
And it's interesting because you know Ezreal's never really going to be a champion that gets banned away. Yes, other AD carries in LCK can play it, but they can't play it to the same effectiveness as Bang. And so it's kind of a neat little luxury that you can just say to yourself, hey, we can always actually get this champion, and then he turns into like a one-trick, but we know that he's not a one-trick. Now with the Graves being picked up, that's a response to the Rengar. Ashe now being highlighted for Jin Air, so they're going to have a lot of lockdown potential in bottom lane, but
yeah,
this does set up SK Telecom to go Tahm Kench if they want, but SKT instead choosing to highlight that Karma. They want the aggression.
Yeah, Ezreal Karma, pretty good bot lane, works with the Rengar too, with the aggression you were talking about. They immediately banned Kled in the second phase, as they couldn't exactly do it on red side in the first phase.
Now Jin Air actually highlighting Jace, and I think that's a little bit peculiar. With Rumble off the table, there's not enough magic damage that would be able to come out of top lane, so I feel like the Jace ban's a little bit of a blunder. SK Telecom ban away the Shen. This could signal that they want the Maokai, so if Jin Air Green Wings reads that, they could ban it away. They look so, well, Umti anyway, looks so, yeah. It's like, just get me out of here.
I just want to go home. I don't want to play against these guys anymore. They're bullying me.
There's the Maokai being banned away, and that'll probably trigger a Nautilus out of SK Telecom.
It's funny how Poppy has almost entirely disappeared. I can't remember the last time I've seen a Poppy being played. It's all about Maokai, Shen, Nautilus, Rumble. You don't like Poppy?
Don't talk about Poppy.
Even Gragas.
We're going to have to see how Prophet turns Nautilus into an aggressive machine. From the
He's going AP Nautilus.
He's going to go AP Nautilus.
We figured it out.
This means Ixu going to be able to get his Gragas. Last year in LCK, he was one of the very, very few players in the ladder even to play that in. Interesting. Jin Air Green Wings highlighting Azir. Faker not going to take kindly to that, no. But
Kuzan's going to get punished. Okay, he's going to switch it up.
Yeah, he heard him. Switches back over to Victor.
It's like, I'm just kidding, Senpai. It's okay. I'll play my Victor. And no Jace this time, so we're going to be seeing something new out of Faker. Will it be Katarina? I was kind of joking before, but maybe a throwback to earlier on. No, it looks like it will be Syndra.
SK Telecom with a, for the most part, a no-theme composition. It's very balanced all around, and normally I'm one of the people that doesn't really like when teams do this unless they are considerably better than their opposition.
Which is the case in this game, to be honest.
So SKT are going to be able to probably get away with drafting like this here, but Jin Air Green Wings, if the game can go late enough, they will certainly have more gears available to them. The other problem with no-theme comps like SK Telecoms is if it does get behind on red side, it's a lot more difficult to come back and recover than if they were on blue. Eventually, they just start getting pushed in bottom lane. They struggle to actually defend against the Baron. Don't really have the same options that a Varus or a Jhin would grant you inside your own jungle.
He's telling Ixu just to be careful against the AP Nautilus we're going to be seeing out of Prophet. He's like, okay, all right.
Normally this champ's a tank, but
not today.
Yeah. We'll see.
That would be a really nice play there if he actually did go for it. I highly doubt it, but we've seen some crazy things happen here in LCK. So going over the compositions here one last time. Gragas, Graves, Victor, Ashe, and Malzahar. Lots of pick, decent amount of engage. Some great burst potential out of Graves and Victor. And then on the other side, we got Nautilus, Rengar, Syndra, Ezreal, and Karma. Obviously, we got Prophet up in the top lane to replace Huni for game 2. And here we go. So let's jump into game number 2, guys, right now. The Jin Air Green Wings versus SKT. Can Jin Air come back, or will SKT close it out?
That plane sounded like it was going into the ocean. I don't know.
That sounds like a really sad and dejected plane, man. Sad plane JPG tonight.
That's like when you think that you're gonna get upgraded to first class, and then they tell you that they made an error. You're staying in economy.
They made an error, and they put you next to the guy that takes up 2 seats.
Oh, no. He hasn't showered in a week.
Yeah, that's the sad plane for you.
The saddest plane.
Well, we got a little bit of a party bush, just 3 members of Jin Air. Maybe expecting someone to poke on into the Raptors. We've been seeing that get more popular, but nothing happening.
I do believe that Umti's skin choice on Graves is a little bit peculiar. Usually everyone here has been going with the winter Graves, the snowblower. But he's going with the, I don't even know what that one's actually called off the top of my head. Faker coming in here.
He steals one. He just wanted one, that's it.
Falls behind in the trade. I'm not even quite sure if he got the full experience from the first wave, so his intention to hit level 2 off the first wave. Oh!
Oh, no! Oh, boy.
Man.
A big sigh from everyone in the studio. Oh, even the embarrassing camera angle. Spo is not letting up on this one. Sorry, MT.
Yep. All right, so Oopsie moving into his left side jungle now.
Oopsie.
Gonna
So
fall
brutal.
a little bit behind of Peanut, but well, actually no. SK Telecom does know about that because of that ward. So Peanut able to actually get an extra camp over Umti, and Prophet. Remember, he only knows aggression.
He's trying to burst him down. Oh, so close.
He almost got it. That would have ended his whole career.
That was a really nice try, though. Good read. They were like, hey, you might be able to just rotate down. He's late.
They knew that he didn't have smite.
Yeah.
It's now Bang and Wolf keeping up that pressure in bottom lane. Somehow Faker has initiative in mid as well.
It's possible that he didn't miss one of those minions in mid. We didn't really get a full look at that, but he might have hit level 2 a bit faster than Kuzan in mid. You can see he's level 4 to level 3 right now. Peanut just roaming on in here, picking up the Krugs. He's like, oh, hello. And the rotation coming on in. No slow landed, just some damage onto Peanut, but the majority of those Krugs were stolen away by Peanut.
Now some trading happening up in top lane.
Oh boy.
And for the most part, SK Telecom in bottom lane, it's a little bit of a different story from game number 1. They're getting a very sizable lead very early on. Already 9 CS for Bang, and we're not even at 4.5 minutes yet. Umti making his way up to top lane, but not gonna find anything. Oh, Prophet's recalling. Now,
okay.
a little bit peculiar that he instantly teleports. Don't feel like that was entirely necessary to the position of the wave relative to where Peanut was at on the map. Peanut just going into constant farm mode though. Fortunately for him, being on red side Rengar, he wants to, for the most part, be around his red side jungle and top and mid lane. So with Bang having an 11 CS lead as he recalls. And you can see he recalls when the lane is in a pretty favorable position.
Yeah, Ixu just laying down a ward. They want to get some good intel on where Peanut is. You can see there's already 3 blue wards in that side of the SKT jungle. So they were able to ping him moving towards the Wolves. So they have a pretty good idea. Faker keeping up the aggression here in mid.
Made him miss a CS there. And the real story here is Peanut is almost level 6. Umti's still level 4. Peanut's roots are just way more crisp right now. Snowflower and Wolf just, okay, chunking Teddy. Absolutely no response yet. Peanut about to be level 6. He probably needs about one more camp. You see pings going down onto Umti's Wraiths.
Walks right over a control ward.
Now he finds it. You can see his experience bar almost there. Meanwhile, everyone on SK Telecom at a CS lead right now.
He gets it off of the Scuttle Crab here, level 6. MT is level 5 right now.
Gonna have to be careful. MT coming into a jungle, not really gonna find anything in it though. See Prophet moving down into mid lane.
Ooh, it's just the Q there. That would have been a nice chunk onto Teddy. Even so, still, okay, there it is. Still really just dominating this lane. Wolf taking a bit of damage. Bang okay to 1v2 for now with some shields from Karma.
And again, a very passive opening so far, and we're just really waiting to see when is Peanut going to pull the trigger on his ultimate. Wolf actually comes over, eats that plant, gets back nice and healthy, and Bang and Wolf have to be cognizant of when is Teddy and Snowflower going to hit that level 6. It's a very strong spike for Jin Air Green Wings bottom lane.
Here comes MT, is spotted on a ward, and Faker is still pretty close here. The flash forward from MT and the burst damage, but not quite enough.
Did manage to get both of the summoners of Faker, only having to trade the flash on MT. Kuzan has to be really careful.
Ooh. Had he landed that stun, he was in a bit of trouble. Did have double summoners. Here comes Wolf for the follow-up. Lands the skill shot, but no follow-up from his teammates.
Not coming into blue now, wants to pick that up. Prophet here as well.
He wants blood. He wants some blood. He hasn't been able to get any yet.
I just realized that Nautilus skin looks like Cyrax from Mortal Kombat.
I'm not sure.
A little bit too much to eat, but definitely is Cyrax.
Well, now it's a Cyrax with blue.
Have you never played Mortal Kombat?
I have. I just don't know who that character
robot.
is. The robot?
Yeah, not Smoke. Get out. Just get off the desk.
Cyrax.
You're looking that up after this game.
Yeah, after the game. During our break. MT is getting a little bit frisky here. Wolf, he wants to try, but he will not. Faker was rotating down, but that's just going to be the blue given to MT here.
It's interesting the contrast in when SK Telecom play versus other teams versus when they play against KT in terms of sheer bloodiness that comes out. And you have to wonder if that's because SK Telecom are so content to just sit back, because they're not under any obligation to really look for leads, because they know that they have that insurance policy the longer that the game goes.
Peanut spotted on a ward. So they've been doing a very nice job of keeping tabs on Peanut this game. You could see no Thrill of the Hunt used even just once so far. He really hasn't been able to set anything up. And no engagement from the bottom lane of Jin Air even could mean a counter gank out of him. He's just been farming up ever since the beginning. You can see he's slightly ahead of MT in terms of the farm. But MT did go for the gank on mid. And now he's going for the Ocean Drake here all alone.
Ocean Drake actually hurts Graves, I think, the most out of any dragon. Dragons do have different...
Ooh.
Yeah, it's too painful. I think that any other dragon, you would probably be fine there, but Ocean, not the best to clear.
Ooh. Says, thanks for the help, Bang. Smites that and goes home. Still no engage from this Jin Air bot lane. Even with all the vision they have on Rengar, they haven't gone for another grasp. No Enchanted Crystal Arrow. They're just kind of chilling. They don't have a ward down there in one of the lane brushes for a good teleport. So they can't really follow it up with Ixu's teleport in. Seems like Wolf's been doing a good job so far of dodging the Nether Grasp.
So far, just more and more passive decisions. We're getting some counter jungling now from Peanut, but other than that, nothing too exciting really happening. Oh. Snowflower, I think, could have pressed R there.
Yeah.
So a little bit of a dropped opportunity. Definitely could have traded summoners at the very least.
This is basically what you wanted to do in this lane, what we were talking about with all the pick potential, but still no pick. You can see they get aggressive after Bang uses that True Shot Barrage, saying, okay, it looks like you want to push. We're going to try to deny that. Now rotating down. Peanut just went home. So you could see Bang and Wolf immediately get real passive in this lane. Although Bang is really far up. He could be Flash Nether Grasp. Okay, he is going to back off now.
Just trying to clear out the Scuttle Crab, but I mean, in terms of team compositions, this is something actually that's a little bit worrying for SKT, where they would have preferred to have gotten ahead and had some sort of a lead, because going even isn't really good for them.
Well, Faker forces the exhaust out. Prophet looking for that blood. Still nothing. Good back off of Kuzan. And we're 13 minutes, 14 minutes into this game now, and there's still not a single kill on the Rift. Still no first blood. No first blood turret. That Ocean Drake would have actually been not bad, just because this laning phase is lasting a really long time. But as we saw before, MT did fail to take that.
We haven't gotten to see any of the aggression from Prophet this game. He's actually a little bit down in CS, but he has a big wave. He's getting ready to eat.
Don't worry, the dredge lines are coming later in the game.
Oh, they're gonna set up.
He's got the flash right onto Bang, and this should be the double stun and the big burst from Graves. First blood will come out. The exhaust onto Wolf. Can they line it up? No. Wolf will get away. And finally, they did it. They set something up. They got a pick.
Finally here at 15 minutes, Jin Air Green Wings gets the first blood of the game. They're gonna convert this into first blood turret. I don't think SKT can stop this. Well, with the teleport available on Prophet, I suppose they could, and that's why you see Jin Air backing off. Don't know if it was entirely necessary. We're gonna take another quick replay. So it turns out that at level 8, an Ezreal that gets Flash Nether Grasp into Enchanted Crystal Arrow with collateral damage will in fact go down.
I love how we get the slow motion on that. So finally, at the end of it all, Ocean Drake goes over to SKT.
That's the real victory.
Yeah, real nice.
The next dragon of the game is Infernal Drake. So we could expect to see some contestation over that in the future once it does spawn, but
oh man.
Right now, I mean, there's really not too much to say. The game is extremely passive. Interesting that actually goes for Hex Drinker, second item. Yes, there is a Syndra in the game, but Edge of Night probably be enough. Considering that yeah, he's going to be a frontliner, but he's not going to be the one that Faker's really gunning for. And with Graves' grit and the Edge of Night, probably would have been enough.
Bang can lane 1v2. He lands Q after Q. And even the True Shot Barrage onto Ashe when she tried to go back. Just being as annoying as possible. Now we have here again. No flash for Snowflower. Does have the Nether Grasp. Here's Peanut. Gonna walk right over a wall, or ward rather. Does have the Scrying Lens. Sweeping lens. And here comes Gragas down into mid. Faker running the other way.
SK Telecom, they have teleport available to them. Seem like they really want to get the first blood turret of the game.
Ixu couldn't deal with the aggression. He's given up. He's playing mid now. They really want that bottom turret, but Guzan comes down with empty and says no. And because of that, we saw some pings going down in mid as Faker begins to hard push this mid lane. Still not much going on after that first blood. You know, just some rotations, towers getting low, but no real action.
And I mean, the reality of what's going on right now is neither team really wants to invest into any sort of coin flip plays or high variance plays. And I mean, if you're looking at it from SK Telecom's perspective, they probably recognize that Jin Green Wing's composition is a lot more flexible, so if they go for something and it ends up backfiring, it's a lot worse than if SK Telecom had more options available, but they have to really walk a very thin line transitioning now from the mid into late game. Jin Green Wing's side, though, again, I mean, in the same light, they don't want to give up anything because they know that they have more available to them the longer that this game goes on.
MT is here, and everybody now is rotating down into bot. Guzan will be the latest, and that means that they will have to give up the turret. That will be first blood turret given entirely to Bang.
Rengar ultimate lasts for an eternity. And Prophet coming down, gets the scrying plant, gets some intel onto UMT's blue side jungle. And I suppose that this is important mostly because Dragon is coming up in 2 minutes. It is the Infernal Drake. Peanut up in top lane, not going to be able to do anything. Ixu has Ninja Tabby and Sunfire Cape already, which is really interesting, and I think that's really a testament to just the flow of the game.
Well, hold that thought. We're going to see the same burst damage come out onto Faker. This is kind of what you can do when you have Flash on Malzahar and enough burst damage to follow up. And this is what you were talking about. I mean, look at the items of Rengar. He has Ninja Tabby, a Giant's built after his jungle item. So it's like he's not really doing much anyway. And Ixu is extremely tanky.
Yeah.
So
SK Telecom, I mean, they're climbing up a mountain right now, basically, and they did this to themselves in the draft phase. Peanut really couldn't find anything early on to do, and honestly looking a little bit lackluster on the Rengar this game anyway. Taking a quick look at the replay, this is a very standard Flash Nethergrasp engagement from Snowflower, and this is really why Malzahar is still one of the best supports in the game. The amount of pick that he offers going forward is too valuable, and Jin Green Wings, they might lose their first mid-turret of the game. And now SK Telecom, Faker picks up a kill in bottom. He might look to turn this around, but it looks like Snowflower.
So much damage coming out of it, and eventually he does get that kill. So trades 1 for 1. Revenge for his 80 carries life. Infernal Drake is now up, so we definitely could see some fighting down here towards the Drake. Snowflower coming back up here. Doesn't look like he quite has that Nether Grasp. It's getting close, though. So they do have to be careful. No flash this time.
Nether Grasp is up now, so they will certainly have to be careful. Look at the top turrets, by the way, completely full on HP. Nothing has happened up there. Oh, bang.
He's okay. Scuttle Crab grab here from Generic Green Wings. Bang playing with fire as he always does on this Ezreal. Just the dance for vision around the Infernal Drake. Just a bit of poke. So far, it looks like SKT is winning that fight, but as of now, you know, lots of Generic members grouped up towards this dragon will be pushed back by Peanuts. Thrill of the Hunt.
Just using it for map hack purposes right now. Keep a tab on Generic Green Wings members. Teddy actually attacks the Infernal Drake after sending out the Hawk Shot to see where did Peanut go. Now they're going to turn their attention to it, and it looks like they're going to get it.
SKT's given up on it. Prophet is pushing top. Faker's down in bot, recalling. Wolf is recalling. Bang and Peanut move towards mid. And it seemed like SKT just decided as a team they don't want to take the risk.
Taking a quick look at the replay from a few moments ago, Faker flashes in. Turns out Syndra, she's a nice champion. Manages to get that. Yeah, she does that. She does damage, and Snowflower, with the Voidling, is able to eventually take down Faker right there. Coming back into live though.
There's that aggression. Not enough. Ixu doesn't even go below half health.
Just can't really get onto him or kill him for that matter. And the gold score extremely close. Minions taking down a turret. Some claps from the audience came out.
Arrow goes wide. So we had a chance at more action, but it was taken away from us as SKT dodges the arrow. Seems like they were specifically targeting Faker there. They didn't really have the vision on the other members, but did sail above Faker's head.
So now SK Telecom, again, content to just keep the game at a steady pace. And a lot of people might watch this and think, well, isn't this what Generic Green Wings wants? And the answer is yes. And SK Telecom a little bit more confident in their ability to outplay Generic Green Wings despite the disadvantage.
Yeah, they're chill. They're just waiting. And Bang, he actually baits out the Chaos Storm. The turret goes down anyway, and they've sent it. They've scouted out empty here. Doesn't look like they want to engage. Snowflower waiting with the Nether Grasp in the brush. Prophet with a big wave down bot.
Right now, I mean, Bang and Peanut looking to get something done. Peanut, though, making a little bit of a blunder right there. Bang, though.
All calculated. The burst damage. MT almost pays for it with his life. The True Shot Barrage would have been enough. But he does dodge to the side. But they did get a nice bit of burst damage onto many members of Jin Air. So now they might just go for the push on one of these objectives. Prophet is behind the turret. Really confident here. Snowflower with the Moby Boots comes on in and locks down Prophet.
There's no damage.
Yeah, there's just no follow-up. I mean, there's no collateral damage out of Graves. There's just no real follow-up, and that's really big. The cask, it hits SKT back. Yeah, it's like, hey, get out of here, kids.
Yeah.
They're like, all right.
Ixu trying to tell him, not yet. The fight is not now.
We're not ready. It's not 40 minutes into the game. Didn't you guys get the memo?
All right. We got another 13 minutes to go, Brendan. Have you seen the new
until the real fun starts.
Movie Logan?
No, I haven't. I heard it's pretty good, though.
I heard that as well.
I'm not the biggest fan of, like...
X-Men?
I mean, not necessarily X-Men, but, like, superhero movies.
What?
Yeah. everybody seems to be on that hype train, like Avengers 17. I'm like, I don't really care, you know?
Wait, did the new Avengers come out this year? Or is it Thor?
You're asking the wrong guy. Like, were you just listening?
Brendan, this is important. The game at hand is not important right now. Look, we got 13 minutes to spare. Okay, Batman versus Superman.
Are you asking me which is better?
Yes.
Wasn't that a movie?
Yeah, but that's not the point. Batman versus Superman, Brendan.
I think Superman is better.
What?
I mean, he's Superman,
Get
right?
off the desk. I've had about enough. I've had about enough.
If you had to pit Superman versus Batman, why would Batman ever win?
Get out.
I mean, I've heard this argument before. I never really joined in myself for previously stated reasons, but I mean, he's Superman, right? Doesn't he only have one counter, which is kryptonite? And that's it?
I'm not talking to you. We're not talking.
All right. Do some golf commentary. And now they're waiting in the bush. And here they push forward. They're going to clear out one ward and back off.
Brendan, the game doesn't matter.
The rotation down
Brendan,
to bot.
this is all scripted. We're going until 39 minutes and 13 seconds.
Don't worry, we got game 3 on the way too
Then
after this, guys. Don't worry. It's part of the plan.
Stop it.
I talked to the producer beforehand. So Profit's down bot. They're going to start Baron.
This isn't part of the plan, Brendan. Woody.
They're going off script here.
Yeah, they are off script.
Teleport comes in, 5,000 health on Baron. They will back off. Will SKT engage? That's a question. Well, they put in Profit for a reason. Here he goes. He knocks up a bunch of the members, actually 4 of them all getting knocked up. But where's the follow-up? It looks like everybody else was kind of zoned out. Really nice move there by Malzahar to block the dredge line of Profit. Still, though, on the run. The arrow gets onto Wolf. There's the smoke from Graves. They're trying to disengage as much as possible, but finally, Ixu bites the dust. No lockdown onto any of their members. There's the big burst AoE damage out of Victor.
Oh,
ooh, he wanted that 1v4 so badly, man.
He almost went back in. Now SK Telecom, they might turn their attention towards the Baron.
They're thinking about it. They actually keep Jin Air around because of it.
Could be a way to actually throw the game. Kuzan, you can see that he's waiting right around the corner, and collateral damage is still up for Umti. This could get very dangerous.
Peanut is extremely low.
Yeah,
and with Umti still alive, this is really risky. Umti is running away, though. He actually takes the blasting plant away, but at the same time, SKT disengages from the Baron. They say, "Oh, we thought it was 40 minutes already. Sorry, we'll back off."
Jin Air and SKT are doing is like when you know, a movie, it has like a part 1 and a part 2. You know,
yeah.
That's what's going on right now. So that was part 1. Part 2 is going to come in a few moments.
Okay, wait, they're going again.
Of course they are.
Yeah. This is the, you know, mid time of the movie, like the middle of the movie. There's some conflict going on. We're not at the climax yet.
Yeah. Remember, climax comes at 39 minutes and 13 seconds. That's the
That's what's on our sheets, at least.
That's what's on our
That's the script that we got, guys.
Right. Turtle Dragon is up, though. SK Telecom should probably turn their attention towards getting that.
Seems like Faker wants the Scuttle Crab and the Dragon to be together. Doesn't seem like either of them was into that, so Faker just gonna kill the Dragon, is not happy with them. And that will be Infernal Drake going to SKT. So they even up the Infernal Drakes. Who would you say the Infernal Drake favors more, just based on the compositions?
I think it favors Jin Air Green Wings significantly, because the Ashe, Victor, and the Graves, I think it's a lot more valuable than the Ezreal, Syndra, Rengar.
Okay, well, here we go. Baron is getting extremely low. In comes Peanut for the jump, and he does not steal it. Goes over to Umti. The fight going down. Peanut actually does go down. Lots of low members here on Jin Air Green Wings. The Redemption is very, very close to healing him up. Bang will die as well. Faker was extremely late to this fight. Finally, he does join on in. Does blow his load onto the Victor. And MT with that Edge of Night still is alive, but Prophet trying to get that last kill. He wants it so bad, but Faker will take it away.
SK Telecom managed to salvage that team fight to the best of their ability. The Baron did go over to Jin Green Wings. They still have it up on Ixu. And so in that sense, at least they still have one member with it. And with the Dragon being down, that does mean they should be able to have a follow-up push. So in the replay here, you can see that Prophet goes in onto Teddy. Peanut went for the steal, couldn't quite get it. And look at Faker. He's off in another planet when that fight was going on. Replay actually gets cut short. Not entirely sure why that is. And now in live, Snowflower doesn't
wants it.
Quite go down.
Oh boy, he does kill Faker. He gives his life up and 2 ultimate abilities, his and the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, to take out Faker that did have the double buff.
Did also get exhaust out of Jin Green Wings. So now they're gonna be able to convert this into the capture of SK Telecom's mid-tier 1 turret.
Oh, here comes Prophet. He locked onto Teddy, but no follow-up. Peanut is in the wings. With that thrill of the hunt, it looks like SKT, they were thinking about an engage, but decided against it.
The wings, Brendan.
Yeah,
The Jin Green Wings.
Waiting in the wings.
I
mean,
that.
they are green. They are brushes. So we're on to something here.
Planes do give complimentary peanuts.
It's true. It's true.
That is quite profitable. Okay. Right now, there's gonna enter back into a little bit of a defensive phase, at least until Kuzan could join the fray. Looks like he is preoccupied up in top lane. They want to capture that top tier 1 turret, just pick that up, get it off the map. SK Telecom still ahead in gold, but I think that when you factor in the scaling of everything, Jin Green Wings in theory should be ahead. Just continuing to farm up. They're gonna pick up that top tier 1 turret. Mid tier 2 though, certainly should fall. A little bit interesting that they didn't just have Bang tap that. Just pick up the turret.
Looks like the minions will do the job for them. As the turret does go down, and they do not defend the top tier 2, so they trade tier 2s there. Even though the top tier 2 of SKT was significantly higher in health. So a good trade for Jin Air. Though that was the mid turret. So now SKT on the move. It looks like a big rotation down towards bot as there is a massive wave building up here. Just Prophet remains elsewhere on the map. He's staying top with his teleport.
Remember, 39-13. We're almost there. Some trades happening down in bottom lane, and SK Telecom, even though their comp isn't suited for it, they're in a 1-1-3 right now. 1 top, 1 mid, 3 bottom.
And then they move 3 to mid.
Another interesting choice, Kuzan yet again with the Lichbane. Very peculiar not to see some other itemization out of him, especially given this composition.
Chaos Storm used here, perhaps just to zone them back, push them off the objective. That bottom tier 2 turret is getting pretty low at about 1/3 health.
Everyone recalling, resetting right now. Dragon coming up though in a minute. That is Elder. And that is probably SK Telecom's ticket to win the game if they can capture it. Elder is extremely valuable to no theme compositions.
It all lines up too, because if they get the Elder Drake and then they go for the push, it should be about 39-13.
You see, it's this.
Or if the Elder Drake fight takes a while to get started, then that fight could start.
I get a lot of outs, very flexible.
Also, Baron is going to spawn at about 38-50. So, I mean, that's right before. We could have a fight right there at Baron.
It's all part of the script, Brendan. Just don't put it on the camera.
Just go with it. So Jinner is actually okay. They're coming into position now to deal with this Elder Drake that did just now spawn. And Ixu is here in the front. He's actively tanking for his team, whereas Prophet, hold the thought. There is going to be the double ultimate used onto Wolf, and he will be burst down. And no QSS yet on Wolf means that he will be the target and will go down. So looks like Jinner is not going to go for the Elder Drake. They will go for the tier 2 in mid, whereas Prophet is up top.
Prophet should actually be able to get that top turret. He does indeed. And now Jinner Green Wing is going to turn their attention to the Elder Dragon. They might just start it instantly. And without Wolf around, I might have been off by a minute. It might be 38-13. I don't know.
Well, here we go. Prophet TPing in. That dragon is getting extremely low. Ixu is going to be burst down, but it looks like Jinner will pick up the Elder Drake. Peanut still alive, but 2 kills going over to SKT Prophet. Now being kited back. Teddy and Umti stuck in the dragon pit. Teddy does have his flash. Umti jumps on over. Collateral damage does miss. And now SKT on the chase here. Faker taking a bit of damage. They're trying to kite as best as possible. Prophet, he wants that dredge line. Can he land it here? As Peanut goes for the red, and it looks like 3 members of Jinner will back off with the Elder Drake buff.
Really close for Jinner. They almost went down after getting that Elder Dragon, but in doing so, they're going to have the leg up for the upcoming Baron fight. And that should actually be happening in just a few seconds.
It was supposed to happen now, but...
Well, it's about to happen. This is the build-up.
Yeah.
Here it comes, Brendan.
This is where it starts.
This is where it starts. This is the game-ending fight. Might take a minute to set up. Just give it a sec.
This game is going to 60 minutes now. There's a massive wave in bot, actually.
666 for Jinner Green Wings.
Oh, MT. It's Bola. No stun follow-up from Faker. They lose bot tier 2. Ixu still has his teleport, whereas Prophet does not. So Ixu can go bot and clean that up. The only thing is that they have this Elder Drake and still no fight. They'd like to fight while they have the Elder Drake buff.
And SK Telecom recalling. Maybe. Oh, bang. Does get the passive off of Snowflower.
MT's a little bit low. Ixu does have his flash, so look for some Gragas engages. If he can catch out Bang or maybe Faker. Some more vision going down onto Baron. But SKT has done a good job of denying a lot of vision over here, forcing Jinner to just rely on scrying trinkets and the hawk shot.
Jinner trying to escort SK Telecom back to their base, and then they would use this to then gain control over their red side.
Wolf, he might get caught out again. Really nice flash, though, to dodge the cast. The Redemption comes out, and the counter engage here from SKT. Snowflower will not get the heal. Prophet coming forward, knocks up every single member. A huge ultimate there for Prophet. And now Jinner Green Wings is going to be routed. Double kill there for Bang. Kuzan and Empty on the run. Can they survive? No, not in the face of Prophet. Is going to be locked down. Bang doesn't have his arcane shift. Are they actually not going to get Kuzan here? Bang, he wants him so bad.
A little bit surprising, Bang.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Okay. Bit of a stun coming out, and Bang gets low, but still will pick up the kill. And that was the fight SKT was looking for.
That was definitely the fight that they were looking for. They're going to be able to convert this into a Baron capture. Umti might try to make his way there. Peanut, the lone warrior, starting the Baron. Here comes Bang and Wolf. Prophet up in top lane would be able to get a flank off onto Umti. Umti tried to come forward to contest this.
There's no vision for MT. It looks like he doesn't want to take the risk. Just going to head top, clear that out, so.
Here comes Prophet to help out with the damage a little bit. Oh, they have to be a little careful. Collateral damage. Peanut? Oh no. Okay, he ulties away. Was able to clip him right at the end there of his recall. They did get his ultimate out of him. Take a quick replay of the fight. So Ixu and Umti don't have the best of synergy, as the cask actually does not line up with the collateral damage, and that was a complete whiff. You can see Peanut holding on to his bars right there, and then Prophet, I mean, he knocks everyone up right at the very end there. And Kuzan tried to escape, eventually gets dogged down by Bang in the end. Umti fortunately able to escape for his team, but couldn't quite get back to Baron to threaten a steal. It's now SK Telecom, they're in the driver's seat, but only as long as Baron persists.
Yeah, let's see what kind of objectives they can get off the back of this. Eldritch is next, but it's not coming up for quite a while, probably 3-4 minutes. And so it looks like they'll have Prophet push top with teleport. Faker's going bot to escort the wave into bottom lane, whereas Bang, Wolf, and Peanut are towards mid.
And right now they're having Faker escort the wave into bottom. They want to make sure that every single lane is pulsating in their favor. So if they lose the team fight, there's no clear objective for Jenner Green Wings to go to.
I love how confidently Bang plays on this Ezreal. He knows that he has so many ways to escape out of this. He doesn't have his flash, but Arcane Shift, the Karma support, she has Exhaust, he has Heal. You just wait for that cooldown to come back up and get a bit of chunk damage onto that turret. You can see it's already at about 2/3 health.
Now they turn their attention towards this turret. Wolf gets hit.
Again, the collateral damage comes out. They will use the Nether Grasp as well. So Wolf is going to pay for that with his life. Where's the follow-up here? Only 2 people knocked up by Prophet this time around, and Ixu does survive. Redemption does come out. Heals up Prophet.
And you can see that when the fights are really just close, where Jin Air is able to fight as a unit and not be scattered or forced into an area that would enable Prophet to get multi-man ultimates, it becomes a little bit difficult for SK Telecom. And if Jin Air can keep fighting like that, they'll eventually be able to bounce back onto the map and start securing some control. They already managed to get the top wave moving back up into SKT. Look at the size of Nautilus.
Why is he so massive? Does he really need all that armor?
He has the elixir of iron. Not quite Popeye and his spinach, but
close enough.
Close enough.
League of Legends equivalent.
You know, Gragas, when he's in this skin, he looks like Eugene from The Walking Dead, by the way.
Never seen it.
I'm done with it. I'm so done with you. You don't even realize it, but friendship is over.
He's not going to talk to me during the entire break. He's just going to mutter under his breath, "I can't believe you picked Superman." That's all he's going to be saying.
I had forgot, but now I remember that you did do that.
From an outsider's perspective, definitely Superman seems like the better choice.
So done with you. You don't even know. Who's your favorite supervillain?
I don't really know that many. The Green Goblin is pretty cool.
What? God.
Yeah, he's all right.
Oh my God.
Is there a problem with the Green Goblin?
Oh, there's a problem with you, Brendan. Oh man.
It's just that I like all the better supervillains, superheroes. You're just mad that you're a Batman fan.
What is wrong with you? Oh my God. Oh.
So, SKT, they had the Baron, and they failed to really get anything. They didn't get one single turret. maybe they got top, not 100% sure. You can see the difference there is only 400 gold. Very similar to when Janair got the Baron, it was 300 gold. And really the next fight here is going to be Elder Drake. A minute left.
Well, you said that we were going to 60 minutes earlier, and that might just happen.
The opposite of the caster curse. I don't know how that happened.
So with Elder and Baron coming up at the same time, SK Telecom, again, their composition, you can look at it and be like, well, they really want Baron because the enemy team has a Victor, but the reality of the situation is that they need to skirmish and they need to fight and win a fight, and that'll be their ticket into the base, and Elder Dragon would certainly help out with that. Whereas Baron would just give them pushing power and deny Generic Green Wings from being able to get out onto the map. But the problem for SKT right now is, again, Generic Green Wings, their composition is a little bit better. And as things continue to increase, the minions are going to begin to get scary as well. And the death timers, when they do keep piling up, it's going to get a little bit more dangerous. Any sort of a misstep will be that much worse.
Nice true shot barrage from Bang. Thrill of the Hunt is used by Peanut. He's threatening that jump into the back line. You can see Kuzan is very low right now. That's exactly where they want him. If they can take out Kuzan, as you were saying, that takes away so much wave clear and a lot of poke.
Well, if Kuzan goes down, the game just ends. He is literally, this is like a protect the king at this point. He is so crucial to their success.
Bang found a chink in the armor, and Redemption heals everybody up.
It's a nice spell.
I mean,
nice spell.
Yeah. Wolf used it last fight while he was dead. And the Elder Drake is still up. It seems like they're just relying on Bang to poke them down first, and then they'll go for it. Now Janair is threatening a Baron.
The problem with SK Telecom handshaking that dance was that they were losing the push up in top lane, but and that would be the lane in closest proximity. Oh man.
Oh man, Teddy in the bag. He's gonna be immediately burst down by Peanut. He zones out Kuzan. Everybody else on the Generic Green Wings is all alone. Big redemption here for SKT. Umti will eventually die. And Peanut is almost 2v1ing over here. Kuzan somehow does get away. Snowflower will go down. But now really it's find Kuzan and kill him. That's the play. He's in the brush. Okay, Peanut is going to deny it using that blasting plant to get over, and at least he's stopping him from recalling while the rest of SKT goes for the push.
And I really like what Ixu's doing right here. He's proxying the wave, trying to take away any ability that SK Telecom would have to push, but that doesn't matter to them. They're in bottom lane. Look at the death timers on Teddy, Snowflower, Umti, cat and mouse, literally. As Kuzan's
still
trying
running.
to run.
Oh, the speed boost from Karma, and finally the cat finds the prey and eats a very healthy dinner. That's going to be game number 2, finally going over to SKT in about 51 minutes in a hard-fought game.
And SK Telecom finally able to close it out after such long dances with the gold lead. Didn't even need Baron or Elder right at the end there. A little bit dangerous though and worrying, and I mean that's the problem when you pick these no theme compositions, is you will go under a lot of pressure at certain points. There's Prophet, 1-0 and 13 on that Nautilus.
Wow. Peanut looked pretty disappointed at the end of it all, even after catching the mouse.
He seemed like he had a very off day, to be honest. From a mechanical standpoint on Lee Sin, and then in game number 2, really didn't look that comfortable on Rengar. I mean, he was getting stuff done, but it's certainly not the best feeling in the world to go so long without a kill in the game and really unable to create opportunity.
Yeah, and you can see that Koma's specifically focusing on talking to him, as maybe they can go over the VODs together and see exactly what was going on.
Now, if you're Generic Green Wings, you can't really feel that bad about losing to SK Telecom.
Yeah, I think it's just overall that feeling of, okay, we're going to come to the studio and probably lose again. As these guys are 1-10 right now, I think. That's just not a record that makes you feel good when you're playing the game professionally. So that's going to be it for our first series, guys. And we are going to go to the MVP interview in just a minute, so stay tuned. Welcome, welcome back to the analyst desk. It is me, Valdez, with Binu. As always, we're going to be jumping into the MVP interview, just going over what happened in Game 2.
Well, speaking of what happened in Game 2, what a slow burn. I can see the players walking out of the booth right now. Even that feels a little bit slower than usual, but very good performance from SKT, even despite the long game time.
Game time was 50-50. Was definitely not the odds on this game, but either way, Jin Air, they did their patented, very long, drawn-out passive game. Ezreal is the MVP of tonight, doing the most damage in both Game 1 and Game 2. Bang's Ezreal is... It's in a place now where it's like they want to ban it, but there's so many other bans that they have to ban. Especially that Rumble, too.
I definitely feel like he's the #1 candidate for the MVP, and just from my perspective, what really stands out when Bang has Ezreal is that he knows when he has an advantage through the form of his support as well. Whenever he's playing Lulu, whenever he's playing Karma, whenever he gets a shield, he recognizes that extra tankiness and mobility. But Prophet getting the MVP, what do you think about that, Valdez?
That makes sense, too. I mean, he landed huge ultimates in a lot of big fights. He landed the last one onto Teddy, which really zoned him and Kuzan back. And his Nautilus play was very impressive. We joke a lot about how he's extremely aggressive and how he just loves to kill things, but only 1 kill and 13 assists. He did a fantastic job on that tanky top.
103 as well, not dying at all, and I believe this means that we're going to have our first top interview. Huni and Prophet on the desk. Of course, I will be interpreting that for you. So first of all, Huni, how do you feel about the victory? And Huni says, it really feels, extra happy just be sitting here as 2 top laners side by side. And especially with Prophet coming in the second set, I feel much more reliable with him by my side after he gets the MVP himself. And Prophet says, I'm not sure if I did that well today, but thanks for the MVP. And regarding Huni, he says he feels like he has really good synergy with Huni because they're always learning from each other and sharing a lot of stuff with each other. Now, what did the two top laners think of their counterparts' performances while they were watching? And Huni says he did well, given his positioning, given his use of, his skill, rotations, his very sturdy performance from Prophet. And Huni saying, what else could I say? So what did Prophet think of Huni's Rumble? And Prophet says, it looks like Huni's characteristic aggression in the early to mid stages of the game seems to have gotten SKT a lot of leads, so he's very proud of that as his team member. Now Helios asking, how does a coaching staff treat you, specifically Koma? What is the feedback process like? So Prophet says before he went into the second set, he says there was a lot of feedback in terms of the macro level, saying that we should do this in this situation, maybe something else in another situation. So a question for Huni, did you know that you could score a kill in this situation when you were making your way down? And Huni says, I knew it was going to happen. So Huni says it was it was really thanks to the vision that he got to score these kills and even, set these kills up for himself, saying that with the vision we had, I could tell where they were going to move, I could tell if Kha'Zix was going to jump away, and it was really all thanks to that I scored all these kills. So asking Huni, who played Rumble, who isn't necessarily a tank, what was it like playing against the Gragas, who's very tanky? And Huni says, actually, I compared the stats between Rumble and Gragas, and I figured, that's not too big of a difference. So he says he was very confident going in. Now, elaborating on that Rumble pick and the Kled ban in set 1, Huni says, well, Kled is a pretty useful champion, especially in solo queue. He's popping off a little bit here and there nowadays, but it was really more of Kled being more of a nuisance or maybe an unknown factor that they decided to ban him. As for counter picks, he's not sure if he's a real counter pick to Rumble. Meanwhile, Prophet saying that he feels like Kled is actually really tricky or really difficult to play against as the Rumble because Rumble doesn't have a lot of escapes. Kled has that extra mobility through his ultimate and some forms of crowd control, which could really lock down the Rumble. And taking a look at Prophet's highlights in the second set. Now that you look at it, you could really tell he did have a lot of great dredge lines and ultimates. Maybe the sneaky MVP here. And speaking of Dredge Lines, Prophet saying, just complimenting the Jenner Green Wings players, saying that they moved really well, so it made it really difficult for me to hit some of these skill shots. So speaking a little more about his knowledge play, Prof says, a lot of times the opponents were grouped together though, which made it really easy for him to get the maximum value out of his ultimates. And in the end, that final team fight, Peanut was the one that really shined there because of his excellent positioning, which put him right on top of Teddy. Now asking Huni, do you feel like you deserve to be substituted today? And Huni says, actually, yeah, I deserve to be substituted. And adding on to that, Huni says, I always come to these interviews and say I'm going to give a perfect performance next time, but I never do. Of course.
Does anyone?
So in Prophet's eyes, as another SKT top laner, what does Huni lack? And Prophet says, I'm not sure, but I think it's a commonality between me and Huni that we play really dumb-headed. Or at least that's the feedback they often get for making a lot of dumb plays. That's the direct translation. And Huni says, we're the official SKT idiots. Or dummies might be a little bit smoother.
Yeah. Boneheads.
Yes, boneheads. So our last question, you must be pretty tired after the back-to-back series against KT and today's victory over the Jenner Green Wings. Any final words for the fans? Huni says, thanks to everyone for all the cheers. A lot of people showed up today, and he feels like the result of the match was really satisfactory as well. And he asked for a lot more cheers, or just as many cheers in the next match as well, and concludes that all up with, I'll give you a perfect performance in the next match. Prophet says, please cheer for us as well, and he says he feels like his match performances are lacking as well, so he's going to work on that and come back in the next set, or the next match.
So there you have it. That was the MVP interview with our two top boneheads from SKT. We are going to be jumping into BBQ Olivers versus MVP Game 1. That will be starting in about 45 minutes at 8 p.m. KEST. So we'll see you then.
Some girls like the boys who are fast. Some girls like making it last. Who are you? Some girls got so much to prove, but those girls got nothing on you. Who are you? Who are you? Won't you tell me now? Won't you tell me now? Tell me what you love, is the sunlight? Tell me what you feel, is it alright? Sitting on the bed at the back of the room, we can get along if you want us to. Tell me what you want out of this life. Tell me what you say when the mood's right. Sitting on the bed in the back of a room, we can hit it off if you want us to. Whoa.
Welcome back for LCK Spring 2017. I'm Valdez. With me is LS as always. I'm just going to scoot on over here. We are about to jump into MVP versus BBQ, which should be a pretty close match. Both these teams are right smack dab in the middle. It seems like MVP is doing a little bit better, but I think it should be a pretty close series.
I think it should be as well. This will probably be a lot more of a active match than the previous series of the night. But speaking of activity, there's going to be a little bit of delay getting into the match tonight.
Yes, apparently Crazy up in the top lane for BBQ. He is experiencing the same issues that the Googer from Kongnu Monster did have on Sunday. So we could be experiencing some major delays. We're not exactly sure exactly how long it'll take, if it will solve itself soon, and it could go as bad as a postponing of the match that we almost had for Kongdu. So stick with us, guys. Could be having a bit of a pause here.
That would be the first time, by the way.
The first time?
Yeah, pause.
Ever?
Ever.
Yeah, the first time.
We never have that.
It's never happened before. No 2 hours and 30 minutes of pauses. That was in another year. Doesn't count.
Yeah. Oh man. Well, there's Bless on your screen. And MVP, I mean, they're continuing to look pretty good this season, by the way. And Ed coming out, you know, with some unique picks that no other top laners are picking, most notably his Scion, which is almost always banned against him. Pulled out top lane Rengar, which was pretty exciting. Right now on your screen, you're looking at Beyond. And there is Ghost.
You got these faces down. Pretty good with this, man. I'm still working on it. This is my first season of LCK. It's been fun, though. Very, very enjoyable to cast a MOBA, especially League of Legends once again. And we all sit very tense as we wonder, how long will the pause be this time?
The great pause.
The great pause of March 2017.
Oh, man. The great pause. Well.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. So we're just going to go through our cycle of camera shots first.
It's going to be really fun, Brendan.
Get everybody on screen. And then he'll probably get us on screen. Nick's saving his eyes for as long as possible.
I am right now. I hope that they do not put us on camera so I don't get the migraine-esque headaches again.
Well, this is Max. I know that face. And this guy has the deepest champion pool I've seen, at least that has played the deepest champion pool that I've seen here in LCK. He's pulled out probably 7 or 8 different picks from the support, and looking forward to see what he'll bring out tonight. Will it be something new?
Do you think it's a coincidence that both times that the pause has happened, it has been after an SK Telecom series, and it happens in the same booth that SK Telecom leaves?
Yeah.
I can't handle it.
At least this time it's a different location, right? It's the top laner of BBQ instead of the support of Kongnu Monster. So different computer. Although last time they swapped computers and it still didn't help the issue. So everybody from MVP is in the lobby. Everybody from MVP is fine. Just BBQ is sticking by their top laner. They're waiting until he's okay, and then they'll join the lobby. They don't want to get wrecked in the test game. That's what it's about.
That is what it's all about. Oh, man.
Yeah, this is going to be fun. Ad, he's one of these guys that, as you said before, he actually garners bans for his Scion. You don't get to see that all too often. We've been seeing it begin to happen against SKT with the Rumble. Doesn't get to get picked. I wonder if they're going to start banning Ezreal as well, away from Bang. He did double the damage of anyone on his team, up at like 48,000 in Game 2 against Jin Air, the first series we had tonight. And was first in damage in Game 1. So apparently things are fixed, and we might be able to get into the picks and bans here in 1 minute. So stay tuned with us. We're not 100% sure on this one, but that's the information that I just got. So, uh-oh, headset's coming off. That is Ian. I got it down. He used to have blonde hair, right? And then he dyed it back to...
Koreans always dye their hair, Brendan.
Yeah, they do. Oliver's forever.
Forever.
Short and sweet. He's a real big fan of BBQ chicken.
Do you like BBQ chicken?
Yeah, it's actually really good.
You do. It is the Starbucks of chicken here in Korea, by the way.
What do you mean by that?
Overpriced.
Overpriced? I mean, it's pretty competitive with other prices.
No, it's not.
I used to eat Gyeocheon, which is another one that's very popular. And then one time I was like, hey, let's try BBQ. This is before they sponsored a league team. And it was good. It was good. They have a lot of interesting flavors that you might not find with other brands. That's what I liked about it. I know the OGN guys like to support the brand because they support esports. Not a bad thing to do. I know it doesn't really apply to 99.9% of people in the chat right now because you're not living in Korea. But if you come out here, maybe
I think you can get hot
buy
six,
some BBQ
though, overseas now.
Can you really?
I think you can. In
they've had so
states.
They've had so much sponsorship of the Korean leagues over here. Well, with GSL for StarCraft, and lots of teams are sponsored by them. MVP, obviously. That they were like, hey, maybe we can actually sell abroad.
Yeah. There's Beyond. It's always going to be interesting to see what MVP do in matches and how long it might take them to ramp up to eventually become like a top 3 team in the league. Because last LCK Summer, they were looking like they were going to make that leap. They were hanging around the upper middle of the pack for a while, and they began to fall off towards the end. And this season again, I mean, they have the victory over KT.
Yeah, and it was a 2-0.
Yeah. And they took down quite a few notable teams, and I mean, they do seem to be getting better as the season progresses. And this is a team that their players are not the most mechanical. They don't have the superstars in any of the roles, and much similar to MVP Ozone and MVP Blue, who later became Samsung White and Blue, it looks very reminiscent of how they rose to power if you watched, you know, their storyline unfold. And looking at this MVP team, it reminds me of the days back when I would live with MVP Ozone and see how they came up. They knew that they weren't on par with a lot of the superstars, but they had other ways to win their games.
The coach of BBQ is actually a friend of mine. I used to work with him in Korea. Really nice guy.
Who did you work with him with? You can't just leave Twitch chat hanging, Brendan. Or YouTube chat, I don't know.
My former agency. Actually, for some reason I can't remember. Yeah, Gem Korea. He used to work over there,
really?
And then eventually I did leave.
Well, we're still in the great pause right now.
The great pause of March 7th, 2017.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what that means. I think the first part is level up. Oh, he'd rather watch LCK in the audience than staying at home and leveling up.
Well, I think we spotted who the toxic player is. Someone's been banned.
But my question is, if you're this big of a fan of League of Legends, how are you not level 30 yet?
Because he got banned. Probably not the first time. You know what I'm saying?
Probably. He's on account number 4.
Oh no, here it comes. The camera's coming. My eyes are getting ready.
Oh, we got the double. It's like the headlights, man.
Oh no.
It's
it
your
hurts.
favorite.
It really hurts.
It's nice. I like it.
Twitch chat saying the same thing. They're looking at like our faces right now. Like, oh man, it hurts.
Can we just look at the pro gamers a little bit more? So the current issue is identical to yesterday, just to give you a just little update. Apparently one of the players just cannot join the custom game lobby, so they cannot join the game, which means that we can't start the game. And so that means we're here in the great pause of March 7, 2017 once again. We had a big one on Sunday as well. That was March 5th.
I'm really hoping it goes a few hours, Brendan.
Yeah.
It would just really just tickle my fancy if we could just be in a pause together here.
Yeah, just stick here
With
for the
you,
entire
Twitch
time.
chat, the viewers.
Just don't dial us.
It really hurts. It really hurts. You guys
Yeah.
can't see it, but there's two giant lights that just
They
like,
really
beam
are like
down.
headlights.
Yeah,
just
they
not
are.
like a small
They're like
car.
high beams. They're like high beams.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to look at them because it's like looking at the sun.
Yeah. So
Oh, man.
the thing that you guys may or may not have known was that on Sunday we were very close to postponing the game. We were like, okay, we just cannot solve the issue.
Right.
We're going to just play this on another day. Wasn't even sure if this was going to be broadcasted or what. And then right before they were about to postpone it, it fixed itself.
Yep.
So it's almost like the server is trolling us. And then it just eventually comes back when they're like, oh, you're going to postpone? Okay, now we're back. So this could be another long pause. I'd recommend you grab a drink, maybe play a game of League of Legends. So we're getting another update. We've played a test game, but now he can't leave the test game. So it looked like he just Alt F4'd right there. It literally just will not let him leave.
He's trapped in Summoner's Rift. This is the punishment from the previous SKT Jin Air game.
He's in, what's the word for not heaven or hell? What?
Purgatory?
Yeah.
Limbo?
I kept on thinking like prejudice or
What?
some random words that were
I
kind
mean,
of
you do
close.
think that Superman's better than Batman, so
What does that have to do with
there
anything?
may be something wrong with your brain, Brendan.
No, I mean, it's objectively better.
No.
Can't like Superman fly and stuff, and Batman can't? Can't he just like hover? Right? Because he's only got a cape. Or can he turn into a bat? This is why I just don't know. Like when I was a kid, I wasn't the nerd that was reading comic books or like watching Star Wars. I was the nerd that was like just playing games all the time. That kind of makes sense, why I'm here. Why don't you like go commentate like a Comic-Con or something? If you know so much about comic books
I can't do that.
and your superheroes.
I can't do it. I'm gonna like look directly at the light just to cause enough pain to cry right now, just for comedic value.
Call LS, he's crying.
Oh man. Hold on.
He's gonna do it. Okay, here we go.
No, not right now. Soon.
Okay, all right.
Oh man. What's your favorite? Did I ask you this before? We should do like the
20 questions with
Yeah, exactly.
two
Like
of us.
like the girlfriend tag or like the boyfriend tag. We can do the caster tag.
Oh, we got a special guest on the. Oh, he
Who
went
was
off.
that?
It was just random guy in the audience.
I can't even see. Like I'm like blinded by the
Oh,
light.
he was back.
He's back.
Oh no.
It was a ghost after all.
Yeah, here he is.
There he is. All right, what's he thinking? He's like, oh, they saw me.
It's like Luigi's Mansion. Shine the light on him. He's like, oh crap. What do I do? What were you talking about? The girlfriend tag? What
Yeah.
about?
The
like
YouTube
what?
videos, like you ask them like a question, they have to get it right.
Like about
You ask-
yourself?
yes.
Like from a significant other? It's like
Yeah.
what what is
Yeah.
my favorite food?
Yeah.
Or something like that. Okay. What
No,
does that
never
what does that have
mind.
to
You
do
know
with like
what?
girlfriend
You're-
tags and stuff?
We're
I'm
breaking
kind of
up.
confused.
We're breaking up.
All right.
This is over.
I'm okay with this. I've been cheating on you for a long time. It's been a while. Sorry.
You do cast
Sorry
stuff.
to
You
to
do
bring this
cast
out on the stream.
StarCraft.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's true.
Unfortunate.
Biggest game trader in the business. Actually, that's not true.
Oh,
There are
man.
others. So, still no update here, guys. Nobody from from BBQ is in the lobby. All the MVP players are just waiting patiently, as we are. And if the break is as long as it was on Sunday, you guys actually do have a chance to play a League of Legends game and finish it before we get into the game. You might miss pick and ban, but I mean,
Okay, I didn't ask you this before. Your favorite ice cream flavor?
coffee.
Ooh.
Yeah. What was that? Is it really that crazy? Haagen-Dazs coffee is my favorite. Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
That's out there.
It's good, yeah. You were expecting like strawberry or something?
I was expecting
or like
something
vanilla?
like generic.
Yeah.
You
You
know?
thought I was going to say vanilla and you're just gonna
Yeah,
be like,
of course.
give me one of your LS disapproving head
That
shakes.
was good. I like. See, it's weird. It's like cotton candy is like cool, right?
There's cotton candy ice cream. I don't eat Ben and Jerry's, okay, or any of these like. I don't eat any of these like crazy flavors you're talking about. I don't know what even that is. Cotton candy? I heard there was like there's like cookie dough. That's pretty good. I heard
Oh,
about
you're
that.
still talking. I'm sorry. Like,
So, regular update. Crazy still cannot join the game. So, just a small update for you guys. And do you like cookie dough ice cream?
this is really just a cookie dough is cookie dough is good when you get like the good chunks of whatever that is in there.
It's not actually cookie dough, right?
I don't know if it is.
Because
Listen, you're asking the wrong guy here.
can you
okay?
put like uncooked cookie dough into ice cream? Does that work? Because it's frozen. Is that
don't
okay?
know.
Like raw cookie dough? Probably not, actually. Like when I've had that before, it doesn't. It tastes a little bit different. It's like just cookie dough flavored. You know
I mean,
what I
cookie
mean?
dough's a pretty good flavor, but I can't
Yeah.
believe that you didn't know cotton candy didn't exist.
Cotton candy ice cream?
Yes.
Wouldn't that be too sweet though? Or are there like bits of cotton candy in it?
No, it's like actually like pink and
Just-
blue and.
I can't even.
You know, I used to love pistachio as a kid, but then I developed an allergy to nuts.
You developed an allergy?
I don't
That
know. I
sucks.
mean, I used to always eat pistachio, and I never used to have allergic reactions. But then,
And then one day you did? and
yeah,
it was just like,
it was really bad. Yeah, I
all of
ended
a
up
sudden.
like almost in a hospital. It was
That
really weird.
sucks.
I don't know how that happens, but I'm allergic to nuts. Yeah.
It's funny the way that works.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
Isn't it?
But yeah, I mean, nuts are pretty good. I like nut flavored things. Like Snickers bars are pretty good.
What size? King size or?
Nah, it's too big for me. I just like the average regular size. That's mine. I mean, they're all the same color, so what does it really matter after all? But nut flavored ice cream is also pretty good. Oh man, this is just like turning into us at your house, like doing a VOD review. This is like doesn't even feel like a cast anymore. Like
Oh man.
the fun of pauses here at Spot TV.
All right.
Yeah. So we had a lot of fans here for the first
Well,
game.
I was saying it was like a ghost town when I first actually came down the steps, but now like actually all the seats are filling in.
Slowly but surely.
I like how there was no one here at the beginning, but now there's people here. They knew about the great
the
pause
great pause. Yeah.
post SKT game.
Okay.
Update is that we swapped PCs, but the problem still persists.
Yeah, just like Sunday.
Yep. And so it is client side,
Yeah. I think it's just going to take some time to fix.
or well, it's client. Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
client problem. Tournament realm or whatever.
So, I mean, just to tell you what happened on Sunday, guys, again, it just eventually fixed itself. Like,
After lagging a lot.
Yeah.
Gruger lag. He had like
he was able to get in,
went
but
from
it
the great
lagged.
pause to the great lag to
Yeah. Great lag didn't last a long time, but it was very laggy. That's why it's the great lag.
yeah.
And then eventually it just worked. So that's the hope. I mean, there's always the chance that we're just here on pause for like 30 minutes and then they tell us we have to postpone. We're like, okay, well, thanks for the, joining us for the 30-minute podcast of staring at us talk about,
Snickers
Stuff.
and
Yeah.
ice cream.
yeah.
Did you play Final Fantasy as a kid?
Yeah, Final
was
Fantasy
your-
X is like one of my favorite games of all time.
All right, what's your favorite Final Fantasy?
I mean, I only played, I played like number 1 just to like see what it was like recently.
On-
you know, emulated.
On regular Nintendo.
Well, I just emulated.
Well, you
it, like,
emulated it. Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Number 1 was good.
You know, just very basic. Obviously, the first one. I started 7, but I got into some multiplayer game. Like for me, it's like hard. I'm one of those guys that like likes the competition. You know, I like to play the competitive games. So I think I was playing like StarCraft at the time, or maybe League of Legends, one of the two. And I just stopped playing it. It's number 7. I finished number 10 all the way up until the boss, and then for some reason I just stopped.
Sin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because my brother, like I was pretty young, and my brother said it was like incredibly hard, and I was like, oh, I don't want to. It's like too hard, and I don't know.
All right.
I was young, but yeah, I mean the game of Final Fantasy that I actually played the most was number 10.
15 just came out, right? Like a month ago? 2
Yeah.
months ago or something?
Yeah.
15? Oh, man.
I saw Doe was playing that. Rip,
Yeah.
by the way.
Yeah.
But I heard it was pretty good. Very in-depth game. You drive a car and stuff. Not sure how that works in Final Fantasy. That is Maha.
I wonder what MVP is talking about right now during the Great Pause.
It can't be nearly as riveting as our conversation.
Yeah, absolutely
That's for
not.
Sure.
Oh, it's probably coming back. Here we go.
Do
My
you know
eyes.
who all the Korean casters are, by the way? I know the guy in the middle. He's like really famous.
Yeah, that's Konkui. He was formerly MVP Blue.
Not the guy in the middle.
No. The guy on the left. It's Konkui.
On the left
Oh,
here?
well, on the right.
On the
Our
right?
left. Yeah.
Okay. He was MVP
word.
Blue.
He was MVP Blue's top laner, Konkui.
Oh, wow.
He was known for like Vladimir and Shen.
Sounds very familiar. I mean, at that time I wasn't
Yeah.
casting League.
He's
but-
actually. I find it interesting that I think a lot of the Korean casters actually still do hover, like high-ish elo. To my knowledge, he's Diamond 3 to like Masters all the time, and obviously Captain Jack and Helios are up there as well.
They're on the analyst desk. You know,
Yeah,
they don't
they're on the
actively
analyst
cast.
desk.
Do you know who the guy on the left is when you're facing them?
No, isn't he from?
I don't know who he is either. I just know the guy in the middle. He's like one of
StarCraft?
Spo
Yeah, he's
TV's big.
famous. Yeah,
one of
he's
his
famous.
one of their big
Yeah.
MCs that does like real sports and stuff too.
Yep.
Yeah, but I don't know who the guy on the left is. Pretty curious about that.
He cast from Nice Game though. He came with Konkui from Nice Game TV.
Okay. So they're a bit of a duo, perhaps.
Yep.
It's interesting because I
been
see
together a while.
that the spectator PC is actually on the side of the left guy. And I would expect that to be with Konkui, right, as like the former pro. But I don't know. Pretty curious. I was just, I hadn't really talked to them all too much, except the guy in the middle. I did a lot of StarCraft with him.
No update yet on what's going on.
Yeah, still waiting on that. What are they talking about? It looks like Max is just spamming, talking
said
to Ghost.
Shimshimhara, so they're not.
They're bored.
They're bored, man. That's what's going on.
They're not the only ones. So, Crazy has
Crazy, his
escaped
Yeah.
the test game. Without any surprises, we should be getting into ban pick, unless he can't join, which I suppose is possible. But
We're gonna find that out in a second, I guess, if he can actually get into the game. If he can't, I don't know what's gonna happen at that stage. We might just end up having to break again.
yeah, last time we had a 15-minute
Right.
break, and then we just
And then
Came
a
back,
little
and
bit
then
after the
eventually,
break.
yeah.
Eventually he was
Maybe
able
like 5 minutes
to get
after.
into it, right. This is a little bit unfortunate. Just so you guys know, this is not computer or technical difficulty on our end.
yeah.
Something going on with the tournament realm.
So not a SPO problem this time around. Just the client seems to have some issues. we had this happen on Sunday, so I would hope that
After SKT.
yeah, after SKT. But I hope this doesn't happen to the OGN guys too, where like they transfer it over, like SKT plays on Thursday or something, and then all of a sudden, like they can't play the second match. They have to wait like
They get
an
trapped.
hour
Yeah.
to go into the second match, because it's actually been more than that. I mean, they ended their match at 7:15 about, or no, like at like 7:05. Now it's 8:24 in Korea, so it's been a while.
Well, we had the 45-minute
Yeah.
break between games.
But we weren't. They were testing
longest-
like during the break too.
Right,
And it wasn't working.
The longest breaks from LCK last summer, I ended up finishing at, 2:40 a.m., right?
That's insanity. That's so crazy.
I know you're looking forward to it, Brendan.
Well, I'd love to have my my first chance at getting something that crazy. I think the longest pause I ever did was for StarCraft. It took me like 45 minutes or something.
Really?
Yeah. Because it was Hero. He's like one of the best players in StarCraft 2 for you guys who don't follow it. And he was having a hotkey issue, so they changed his keyboard, and then that didn't work. And then they changed his monitor, it didn't work. They changed his computer, it didn't
Did
work.
he not bind it?
Yeah. At the end of it all, he just didn't bind the key. And he's like, oh, sorry. And we were all waiting here for like 45 minutes. We went to a break and came back, and we're like, there's still an issue.
I like that.
And then eventually he's like, oh, sorry, They changed like 2 different keyboards. They used like his teammate's keyboard. It just, yeah. That was the day of Pro League too, like a team match. So it was, it went a little bit late that day. But League of Legends generally goes longer. Like we usually end around 11 here. Longer days.
Usually 10 to 11 p.m.
Yeah.
PST. And then depending on what day it is, we sometimes miss the train and get doomed to the taxi.
Yeah. The Doom Taxi.
The Doom Taxi
thing-
for me is rough, man.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
like
you live
50
far
minutes.
away now.
I live really far away now, yeah.
Yeah, you moved. For me,
I
it's
actually
like,
live where MVP live.
Yeah.
It's the same building.
Same building.
Yeah,
You
it's the
could
same
just
building.
walk down there and,
I think
blend in.
Longju as well.
Really?
I think-
Same building?
Yeah. I think so, yeah. So me and MVP, we're in the same boat. We're in the same
Well,
boat
the thing
now.
is that they have a van and you have to use public transportation. Maybe you could
That's
just
true.
ask them to go with them.
No.
You can
Not-
you can discuss, Tom Kench with Max.
No.
You guys can
We're
talk
not gonna
about
do
it in
that. Tom
depth for
Kench-
like an hour.
Let's not talk about Tom Kench.
Why? He's good. So guys,
We're actually going into game now.
yeah, we're ready to go. So the epic pause of 2017 has officially ended after 26 minutes. We're ready here, guys. We're going to be jumping into game number 1, pick and ban phase, right now.
All right, so let's see how BBQ wants to start things off. A little bit of a voice crack. I have no idea.
Starting it off with a bang here.
All right. Like Syndra being highlighted and banned away now.
Ian's like something ridiculous, like 10-0 on Syndra, so that's an obvious ban against MVP.
And Varus being banned away by MVP. BBQ now highlighting Renekton. These are not the most standard of opening bans by teams. We'll see if MVP remains true and bans away LeBlanc. That would be standard for red side.
Now, are they going to ban Sion here? I mean, they already banned Renekton.
They might actually... I mean, with Renekton being banned away, they might ban away Rengar here to take away from Ed. And because Beyond, I mean, it's a flex pick for MVP, and you can see Ed actually on your screen nodded when that ban got highlighted and banned. This probably means he's going to get his Sion.
Nice.
And usually teams are not willing to let him have it. They might pick it away from him here, though.
Will be the Jace to start things off for BBQ.
So Jace is through for BBQ. MVP now highlighting the Sion. Wouldn't really need to pick it up at this point, though. Certainly be safer to go jungle bot lane pick here.
They're just teasing BBQ, saying, hey, this is what's coming, guys. Hope you're ready.
And there is the Jace, or not the Jace, the Graves lock-in. And now they're highlighting Ashe. So already, I mean, it's a little bit scary. Those two particular champions, it's not so bad, but showing them so early, I feel like a support maybe would be a little bit better. This does let BBQ draft a little bit differently because Graves and Ashe, two champions heavily reliant on hit, and Ninja Tabby really powerful against those two champs early on, can really hurt the first item spike, but Zig's now being highlighted by BBQ.
And picked.
So maybe showing intent to go extremely physical damage heavy in the second half of the draft. Not entirely sure why they would want to show this so early on. It's not something that teams really can prepare for.
Well, with Zig Zyra, that's a crazy amount of burst damage that you can do, especially if summoners are down. So if you lock up Ashe, you can essentially one-shot her. So I suppose that's an idea there. The Malzahar was available just due to the way that BBQ drafted on blue side. So MVP is just going to pick that up as third pick here.
They do pick up the Malzahar, so a very scary level 6 spike in bottom. Now we're going to enter into the second ban phase. Cassiopeia being highlighted right now. And with Cass being banned away, it could signal that MVP perhaps wants a rise. And given that they do have the first pick, that's something that BBQ is going to need to entertain.
Well, Ahri is another one of Ian's big picks that we've seen him come out with. And so another ban targeted directly at Ian. MVP is just one of those teams that you're going to see different stuff, and one of those teams that you actually have to target ban against. Makes them definitely unique, as a lot of different teams here in LCK play pretty standard.
Talon now banned away. And, I mean, this is what I was talking about, is when you show the willingness to go Zig Zyra so early, I think that it really signifies that you're wanting to go into that heavy physical damage. And now Orianna being banned away, I feel like this really sets up, well, it's not banned yet, but now it is, okay. Really sets up for a potential rise pick if they want it, but instead, highlighting a Corki.
Now, Corki got banned in 7.4. His missiles do less damage. I think his big one does slightly more damage, but overall the missiles do less damage. Definitely not as strong as 7.3 Corki.
Saw a thread on Reddit, I think yesterday, of some European mid laners saying that Corki probably will not get picked anymore by them. Korea tends to disagree though, as Ian gonna pilot that Corki here to kick off game 1 of this series. And BBQ now, Bless, picking up his Rek'Sai. He's one of the few remaining Rek'Sai lovers in LCK. He was extremely proficient on that champion last year in LCK Summer, and when he rose to power on the Korean solo queue ladder, it was mostly playing the likes of Rek'Sai, Kindred, and Nidalee.
Definitely an interesting pool for a jungler nowadays. They have Shen as the last pick for BBQ, giving MVP the counter pick in the top lane. Looks like they want to go with Kennen.
This is really bizarre. So Ninja Tabby is going to shut down a boatload of damage coming out of MVP. So the way that I'm looking at this right now is you just gave everyone on BBQ the luxury of being able to go into Ninja Tabby if you want to. And then in addition to that, Shen's W, able to block auto attacks, is going to be so potent against this team of MVP, in addition to the fact that Shen and Rek'Sai are going to be able to get Ronduin's Omen. And so MVP are looking to really need to accelerate extremely far ahead of BBQ in the early to mid-game phase and really ride that out into victory, because if this goes too long, I don't know how they're going to win.
Well, they definitely do have some scary elements of their composition. We saw some of this out of Jin Air, where they had Graves, Ashe, and Malzahar. And you can lock someone up for so long if they don't have QSS, and the burst damage that comes out of Graves, and even Corky in this case, you can really blow one person up really quickly in the early to mid game. So maybe they'll attempt to do that, but be more aggressive than Janair, obviously, because, I mean, I could play in the game and be more aggressive than Janair. So.
Look at that keyboard on Ghost.
Whoa. Well, I mean, his name is Ghost.
He has the white keyboard. And so there's the composition, and I feel like I would much rather have that comp than this one, but Kennen, Graves, Corky, Ashe, and Malzahar really hard pressed. They're gonna need to come up with advantages really quickly. And it's gonna be really hard to coordinate ganks for Beyond on this Graves. So difficult with your laners, unless they're intending to just have Beyond power farm, but we're heading into game, guys.
Yeah, let's jump into it. Definitely will be an interesting one here. BBQ versus MVP, game 1. So we have another hashtag big fan here on the side of BBQ this time. Kind of like the Kongdu monster, but he didn't jump. He's not that excited yet. It takes him a little while to ramp up.
Yeah, their avatar's the chicken head. He's the king cock. That's what he is. So there's the Kongdu monster, and then there's this. And so right now, early on, Ed up in top lane, getting some poke on Crazy, but actually losing out on the trade. But he did start Call in this matchup, and the Doran Blade for Crazy gonna do a lot of work up in that matchup.
The Doran Shield.
Or Doran Shield, yeah. Miscalled it.
I think this is the first time I've seen a Call start in LCK since we started this split.
It's a standard opening when you know that you are the very big lane bully, and it's unlikely that the opponent can reciprocate damage. Interestingly enough, the first dragon of the game will be Mountain. So MVP's composition, I mean, we talked about how they need to get ahead early and then they need to ride that out. Well, Mountain Drake is certainly going to help them do that. It's going to be very important if they can secure that early on and then hope to RNG some more. They're really just looking for Mountain Drakes, Cloud Drakes, and Infernal Drakes this game. Probably even in that order, to be honest.
That's that lane bullying you were talking about. Ed is not letting Crazy get really close. He's picked up 3 CS so far, but that's about it. Got a little bit of a trade here in mid.
And interestingly to note, Ed actually running Fervor on Kennen, and Beyond running Storm Raider. So the Keystones are a little peculiar, and Bless as well running that Fervor on Rek'Sai. So up here in top lane, you can see Ed already getting some turret damage down. Lots of poke, though. Continuing to just farm ahead. In the jungler route, Beyond just looking to try to keep tabs on Bless. That's all his job really is at this point. Extremely difficult for him to coordinate ganks. He can try in mid lane if Ian's willing to use his exhaust and if Temp steps a little bit too far. Whoa! Oh no!
Oh man, the taunt, and Ed is gonna potentially eat one here. Can he get close enough? No, not quite.
Wow, what a misstep by Ed, but a quick capitalization by Crazy. Absolutely fantastic. He was able to turn that around, and what a dangerous moment for MVP, because if that kill had just gone over to Crazy, the entire lane would just shift.
could have gotten pretty crazy up there. And you could see that the big pause that was on Crazy's computer didn't seem to really affect his play. Here comes Bless now. No flash on Kennen. Thankfully for MVP, Beyond is nearby, but he might not get here in time. We'll use that lightning rush to get away. Bless just gonna push it.
And interestingly enough, he actually sets Crazy behind. He shared some experience with Crazy, and that's really big because it means that Ed is now likely to be guaranteed to get level 6 before Crazy. Now in mid lane, you can see not having the best of time. Ian just managed to juke that shock blast, but Beyond gonna just continuously keep power farming and possibly look to make something happen down in bottom lane once Ashe and Malzahar are level 6.
See no corrupting pot start on Corki. Starts with the longsword, giving up some sustain. You do get the 3 cookies, but can get a quicker phage.
Now Beyond's looking to try to, again, keep tabs on Bless. Bless is the one that can really make things happen in some of these lanes. Attempt were to flash behind Ian and knock him out of his Valkyrie back into Bless, or if Bless could get a flash knock up. There's lots of ways for him to set up stuff, so it's really important that Beyond farms his camps and then tries to get some intel for his laners, because their early game is so fragile and reliant on, again, getting ahead. And so far up in top lane, you can see the CS deficit. Yes, Crazy has a ton of CS in front of his turret, but he's definitely going to take some turret damage and even damage himself.
Yeah, he's struggling. Gets the taunt again. Ed going to eat 2 turret shots this time. Getting low, does have some sustain with that refillable, so he will be okay, but playing with fire here.
Really impressive that Crazy is able to hit these max range taunts onto Ed so consistently. Almost hit it again. Ooh. Has to be really careful there. Remember that Ed does have the call plus Doran's Blade, so he is able to gradually get his hit points back up. And I really like how Bless read the situation, went for Tiamat as his first item. He acknowledged that Beyond's goal would just be to power farm, and so he's gonna go punch for punch in that regard and continue to farm out. They know where Beyond is, but Ed has no idea what's coming.
Misses the taunt, but here comes Bless. Not going to flash on in, and there's the Stand United. Should be enough. First blood going over to Bless.
And that was a really good gank timing by BBQ. They knew that Ed didn't have a ward inside of the river. Bless is gonna have to be really careful.
Collateral damage is ready. He's trying to save it. He's just gonna kill him without it. And I mean, he just walked straight into that one.
Really good discipline by Beyond not to use his ultimate. Not gonna stay for any more than what was necessary. Doesn't want to ruin the lane for Ed.
You can see he was standing still too, so that Rek'Sai could not sense him there. Just making sure that he was totally undetected. Some things going down as Beyond. Seems like Tempt has sniffed this one out, but he does have the smite, so Tempt can not get that blue.
And if you look at the lanes right now, mid and top are ahead in CS as well as bottom. Bottom the closest of all of the lanes. And the gold score is still pretty even, and that's not something that you want to be happening. Now, bottom lane, both level 6. Ian returning to mid. He's going to be looking for his blue handoff, and when the blue does get handed off, or at least their plan would have been to have Beyond go to red and then to blue, hand off to Ian, and then maybe set something up in bottom lane with a 4-man, because they have the teleport on Ed, so it can easily become a 5-man party in bot.
Ian he's got that package, but right in between Bless and Tempt there in the river. Edging towards bottom, scouts out that his blue is taken.
Ed keeps actually losing the majority of these trades up here. Crazy's management of his passive is absolutely fantastic.
See some really good training on that Shen so far, and this was the moment that we were expecting some fireworks to fly down in bot level 6 for all 4 members. Max and Maha with incredible engage potential.
Oh, look at the pings going out. They sniffed this out, that Beyond must be here. Now bottom lane is going to recall in. So Ghost opting for that Ziggs pick. Not able to do too much with it. Usually with Ziggs, you do want to just raise the bottom turret as fast as possible and then unlock yourself to move across the map and continue to do so elsewhere. Bless falls behind in that camp. Right now, if you're MVP, you can be content to keep this going for a little bit, but there's going to be a window where you're going to need to find a way to cause some sort of fight to unfold, because MVP's composition, they want the turrets to start falling. They want to get that Mountain Drake, and they need to find a way to create an opening for themselves to do so, which might be right now. You can see that Ian and Beyond moving in to Bless's red side jungle.
And it was sniffed out, as there's a ward there that saw both Ian and Beyond moving on in. Picking up Scuttle Crab, as the Mountain Drake could be contested soon enough. Puts down a ward too, just in case Bless wants to get a little bit cheeky, going over the wall and trying to solo Mountain Drake. Gets the knock up on Ian, but actually a bit of a bait here as they turn it onto Bless. There's the Stand United. Collateral damage is not enough. Here come the missiles from Ian, but it's still not going to be a kill onto Bless.
And Ghost as well actually used his ultimate, whiffed big time though. Shock Blast hitting Beyond. You can see Bless trying his best to heal up. Max though coming in for a flank.
Oh, really nice response there from Tempt, flashing up north. But they do go flash for flash. Tempt saving his own life.
It's really good for BBQ that they were able to live there. Had they gone down, MVP could have converted that into a Mountain Dragon capture.
Oh, the arrow going wide. Had they landed that into the Nether Grasp, it may have been enough to kill Ghost.
It's a little bit surprising because they had the mobility boots on Max, and he would have been able to get in range to cast the Nether Grasp and then chain the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. And at the very worst, I mean, you would just get both summoners out of Ghost. Wit's End now completed for Kennen. It makes it extremely difficult to itemize against him. He's dealing the on-hit physical damage, but then in addition to that, he's stealing away your magic resistance and dealing magic, obviously.
Crazy, trying to land these max range stuns. He was doing better earlier on, but...
And to see that chunk that comes out now that that item is completed, it's an enormous spike in power.
Bless is spotted here by a ward. He does clear that out. And Beyond is up near top 2, so would have been able to protect him. Some big poking coming on in onto this bot turret by BBQ. Although they're not pushing this 100%, they might be scared about where Max is. Doesn't look like they had a ward in the river. But now they do see him coming on in past the dragon. Bless coming top again. Here he comes. Ed is right under that turret. And how's it going to go here? No knock-up, no stun. Okay, the flash into the Unburrow, into the stun. Ed has to flash away. Will there be a response here? Flashing on in is crazy, but it's not enough to kill him.
he's got some moves as he's able to survive that gank, and now MVP quick to punish the failure. Gonna pick themselves up this Mountain Drake, and that is so big for their composition. And again, remember, they're looking at RNG, either another Mountain, a Cloud, or an Infernal. And let's see what the next one is.
And no update unless it's a second Mountain Drake. It could be.
Oh, they RNG like gods. It is in fact another Mountain Drake.
Wow.
So their composition gets the absolute perfect dragon to spawn second.
BBQ's unhappy right now.
BBQ is really mad. They ordered, I don't know what they ordered. They ordered fried chicken. They didn't get fried chicken. They got something else.
They got that that flavored one, the red spicy one.
Yum yum. Yeah.
They got some soggy fried chicken. Not too happy about that.
So if you're looking at this and you're wondering why Mountain Drake is so important for MVP's team composition, they have all range champions. And you know, if you have all range champions and no real tank, it becomes extremely difficult to get Baron. But in addition to that, they have a 1-3-1 potential in the Corki and the Kennen. Hold that thought.
Yeah, this is just going to be a dead Totoro. If you get hit by an arrow with that range and Malzahar is there and there's any form of damage afterwards, you're going to die. And that's what happened. So, continue.
Pretty easy pickup. But yeah, the Kennen is going to be completely unmatched in the split push, and when he can just ignore you and take turrets, it doesn't matter. Max might go down here.
Yeah, just taking...
Pretty standard.
He actually got baited in there a little bit, going for the exhaust. Thought Ghost was alone when actually Bless was nearby to help out.
Now you can see what has happened ever since the pickup of that Wit's End up in top lane. Look at the CS gap between Ed and Crazy. He almost has the Sunfire Cape. Not so sure if that's the best item to pick up first. I would have, oddly enough, thought that Bommies and Taranduans might be a little bit better.
Oh, nice moves by Ed. The exhaust comes out. Is it going to be enough damage? The knock up here. Ed is getting extremely low, and he does go down. Nice follow-up there by the Zyra, saying your moves don't work on me.
She tied him down.
Put a ring on it.
Take another quick look. So he finally sees that Totoro is on the screen. Totoro goes for the flash, misses the initial snare, and Slicing Maelstrom came out to try to get some stuns, but wasn't enough, and Crazy and Totoro able to relieve the stress up in top. Looks like the next item for Ed is going to be the Frozen Mallet, as he does have the Giant's Belt. And now Sunfire Cape completed for Crazy.
You can see some pretty intense pushing down in bot. They're going to call Ian on over with the package, but Bless is nearby here to help out the push. So right now it's 3v3, but you can see Tempt is also rotating down here. So it's about to be a 4v3. The Atana Crystal Arrow hits Bless in the face and essentially just stops that. But we have a counter gank up here, up in top. That's going to be the first blood turret going over to MVP. Good response. They delay taking the bottom turret here for BBQ and take the first one for their own.
They might be able to push on actually a little bit further, Ed and Beyond both here. Remember, they have that Mountain Drake. And yeah, Shen can try to stall it as he wants, but oh, Tempt have to be so careful. Oh, that angle!
Oh man. Tempt is going to get the Stand United on him to attempt to save him. Oh man, Bless getting caught out here. Will he survive? No, the collateral damage comes out at the perfect angle and takes down Bless.
This is really there's a lot of turbulence right now that BBQ need to find a way to sustain through. This is where MVP is going to be at their strongest. And with that Mountain Drake, it becomes that much more difficult for BBQ to find a way to sustain and stall through this. Ghost might have to use his ultimate here. Oh, he doesn't have it.
Yeah, just waiting on that one.
Almost up. Doesn't quite have to use it. And it looks like MVP actually content to back off, at least for now. Dragon is coming up in a minute, so they don't want to commit to staying to this wave that's about to touch in mid, because if they stayed for this one and used it to try to get the turret, it would mean that their recalls are too delayed to get to the mountain break.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why Malzahar goes back. You can see more trading up here in top. We're going to also potentially have the Arrow and Nethergrass combo, but actually as I say that, it looks like Maha did use his Arrow just there. Might have it up in time. The cooldown is pretty short. Does have that Essence Reaver. Beyond claiming the jungle for his own. See tons of focus, super heavy focus down here. Totoro just gets blasted out of this game. And oh boy, Ghost taking a lot of damage too. Will throw out his ultimate, totally whiffs here. Ian will escape up towards top, and now Tempt in a rough spot. We're gonna have Nethergrasp here and Flash on Max, but he takes a ton of damage as well. So kind of a awkward spot. This might still open up the Mountain Drake here for MVP, especially because they do have Ad nearby.
They pull the Dragon out just to make sure that it's a little bit safer, and you know, just beyond the way that he's positioning would protect against any Shock Blast attempts.
Is that a third Mountain Drake?
Wait,
I think it is.
Really RNG like that?
I think so. The symbol didn't change. Usually it changes right after. It's going to be a third Mountain Drake.
We're going to take a quick look at this replay before we talk about that. So BBQ going in a little bit needlessly, trying to steal away the blue right here, and you can see that the fight is a little bit more than they can handle right now. The kiting that comes out from MVP's team, all of them being range champions, and you can see that BBQ doesn't really have a tank at this point in time. Bless not durable enough.
And Crazy was up top. I think he did have the Stand United, but just didn't find a opportune moment to jump on in there.
And it is indeed another Mountain Drake. So someone put a lot of brown stuff in BBQ's chicken. That's how they're feeling right about now.
Exactly what's happening to them. Poor guys.
MVP, they have to be feeling so good right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're not massively ahead in terms of gold score or, you know, kill score, but everything you're talking about is exactly right. If they can get away with it, they're going to be pretty happy with this one.
I mean, if MVP managed to lose this game, that's all right. They will have careers ready for them in Hearthstone.
Oh, man. Saw a picture on Reddit earlier of Wolf playing Hearthstone. Maybe that was on Twitter. I'm not 100% sure about that one. But
SKT Wolf?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because the games are getting too easy for him, man.
It's like, yeah, I've had enough of this.
He's got to do two
You
at
got to play
once.
a real game like Hearthstone.
He's got to alt-tab while he's in TR Realm.
Temp takes top. Ed takes bottom. Meanwhile, there's a push going on in mid. Tempt is still pushing. I mean, Jesus can push very, very fast, even though he's not the one with the double Mountain Drake right now. He can definitely chunk that turret. Look at how fast that's going down, as Ian was kind of just hanging around mid and not really doing much. Eventually he comes up into top, but look at that turret. It's already at about 1/4 health.
BBQ has about another 5 minutes or so that they need to just hold on. The plane is shaking, Brendan. All they have to do is survive the turbulence and everything will be okay.
Ooh, he aimed that a little bit too far behind. And then we have the Flash Nethergrass come in, and this is the combo I was talking about with these three champions. They were just getting a little bit opportune with the moment with the arrow, but missing, and they're like, okay, we got another lockdown here. That's fine.
So right now they need to get into 1-3-1 formation. You can see that Ian trying to push out top lane. And even if they can't come up with too much more in the next few moments, they have another Mountain Drake and then Baron to look forward to. If you have 3 Mountain Drakes, it doesn't matter if you don't have a real tank. You'll just completely take that off the map instantly.
Especially with how much damage they have just outside of that, you know. Cannon will do more damage than a normal tank.
Interesting that Tempt actually went for Ionian Boots instead of Ninja Tabby. I feel like that's a little bit unnecessary versus this particular team comp. Even surprised actually as well that Ghost went for a Sorcerer Penetration Boots instead of it. The item is just so efficient against MVP's team comp. And you can see here now that Crazy still a little bit ways away from getting the Ronduins and possibly even Titanic Hydra.
See that Bless was able to pick up that Ronduins already. So they have one.
And there's the second one. It is completed.
So, you know, it's going to be good for these team fights, but MVP, as you were saying, they need to get ahead, and they're attempting to do that. They found the ability to do so down here in bot. They may pay for it with some of their lives, though. It looks like perhaps Ed is the sacrifice for that turret. He is going to get a huge ultimate down, though, onto 3 members. Bless getting extremely low. Ed does die, but Beyond able to follow it up with a kill, and here comes the rest of MVP. The arrow hits Ghost right in the face, but they're going to focus onto Crazy, who does not go down. Maha getting extremely low is forced to back out using his flash. And, well, Maha and Max using their ultimates on different members, and they weren't able to burst down Crazy.
A little bit of miscommunication by MVP there, but if you look at the summoner spells that were used by BBQ, I mean, they almost expended everything that they had in that fight, and with the 3rd Mountain Drake coming up, it's going to be really dangerous when Baron's on the field. Really nice shockwave, though, by Tempt to get Beyond to back up.
So as you mentioned before, the focus right now is that Mountain Drake, and Jace is doing a really nice job with all the shock blasts, just chunking down members of MVP. They may have to give this one up. Nobody from MVP is really in position. Then again, BBQ doesn't have everybody around here. Looks like there's a lack of vision around this Mountain Drake for MVP, but they're not really focused on it. Okay, here comes Ian with the package. Ed making his way in. Right now he's 1v5 as the members of MVP slowly come on in, and BBQ is actually going to back off of this Mountain Drake. MVP then starts it before it can reset.
This is really dangerous. Oh, it does reset, and Maha chunks so much.
What's he gonna do? I mean, he doesn't really have much sustain here. Bless coming on in, the big taunt from Crazy. Lots of members of BBQ getting very, very low. Nice kiting here out of MVP. Another shock blast to the face, though. But still, they're able to turn on to Crazy. The double kill here for Corki. And the 3rd Mountain Drake, even more importantly, picked up by MVP.
I didn't get to quite see what is the next dragon. I think at this point it would be Infernal. If MVP were to really just knock it out of the... Oh my god!
It is Infernal. It's Infernal, guys.
It's Infernal Drake. Things cannot possibly go better for Team MVP. BBQ better never play the lottery. That's all I gotta say. Now they're gonna turn their attention to controlling the vision around Baron, as that's gonna be the next major objective. And you can see that even though the composition's in their favor, there's just so much that's working against them right now, and they haven't yet hit the point where they have stabilized. BBQ about 1 item away, but they might not even get there. Let's take another quick look at the team fight. So Dragon actually resets, and they did completely gut Maha out of the fight, but you can see that that Valkyrie able to do some work, and then the kiting that came out of Beyond Ian and Ed just able to do wonders versus Crazy and Bless, who can't quite stick onto them because of that frozen mallet.
Also,
able
both
to offer so much.
Tempt and Ghost were both extremely low. They ate a bunch of poke themselves, so there was not enough follow-up. And as you mentioned, the big kiting out of MVP, where they could, you know, just separate both Bless and Crazy away from their team. And just that, and the small lead that MVP had before allows them to win that fight. So even with Max and Maha essentially out of that one, outside of the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, MVP takes a big one.
Jan did just get hit a little bit. The real problem down here is in bottom lane. As, I mean, Crazy has to hit Ed. And if he doesn't, watch the damage on the turret.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't even look at Crazy. Just turns his face the other way and pretends like he doesn't exist.
And at this point, I mean, Ed is doing so much damage that the minions are going to be able to heal him up. Even with just that Doran's Blade.
And see that another attempt here by Crazy to move on in. He does a better job of it this time. Ian actually just flashed there.
A little bit surprising. Ed, though.
He's in a bit of trouble as Tempt rotates down, and immediately the call for Baron here for MVP. This is huge. Look at how fast they take it down. There's the Ziggs ultimate. Bless comes on in, and no, he does not steal it. MVP able to take that one away. Now it's just about getting out of here. Ed doing a nice bit of damage. Oh, the collateral damage! Picks up a kill on his way out, does Beyond. As Totoro meets his maker. It looks like Maha was able to get out of there with that Baron recall. So they trade 1 for 1, but that was a huge move by MVP. They took down that Baron so quickly.
Really unfortunate for BBQ that MVP has those Mountain Drakes. Makes it so difficult to coordinate against them, and any minor misstep is that much worse now.
Yeah. What if it was 2 Oceans and a Cloud Drake? They would have had enough time to get in there as a team and deny MVP perhaps.
A lot of things would be going differently. And right now, BBQ, even if they get to those items that we just talked about, the problem is that the Baron adds an extra variable that they don't have an answer to for this point, or at this point in time. So they're gonna have to wait now to get to those items, but also for the Baron to fall away. But then the Infernal Drake's gonna get picked up by MVP, and that's gonna be so powerful on all of these champions.
And all the while, because of these advantages that MVP is getting and all these turrets that they're getting so far ahead in gold, and they're kind of running away with the game a little bit, even though the composition may favor BBQ. If you're 15,000 gold ahead, it doesn't really matter what the comps are if you're shredding the enemy team. And
the composition, it favors BBQ if they can get there, but so far they haven't been able to get there.
There's the
burst.
That damage. Real big. Beyond
doesn't take damage apparently. Bullseye, but it did nothing.
He takes no damage. What? That was weird.
A minute until Dragon. Crazy keeps landing these max range taunts.
With the exhaust, Ad will die here as he can't output enough damage to discourage anyone from BBQ and going on him. And here comes the Infernal. About 40 seconds left. So you can see MVP is really setting up for that. They do have the Baron recall, so it looks like they'll do that first.
Yeah, and Blade of the Ruin King now completed for Ed. That's certainly going to help in shredding Bless and Crazy. Lots of focus around controlling this Dragon. They do not want to give it away. If BBQ can pick this up, it's really big for them.
Ian could get a really big package placement if he comes in behind. But MVP, they want to buy enough time for Ed to get up. He does not have his teleport, though. So it's really just the delay game. Look at how much damage Beyond does to that Dragon. That's unbelievable. It's getting really, really low, and the Shock Blast comes in, but Beyond picks it up.
So I want to point out right now that Ian just got 2.5 longswords off of that Drake pickup. Absolutely insane. Don't even know exactly what it's giving Maha and Beyond.
It's really good to put those numbers into words, because sometimes we're just like, oh, you know, it's a big deal, this Drake, but we don't actually say what it means. But that's just gigantic. Anyway, here, guys, we do have another fight, or an attempt at one, as Crazy misses his taunt.
Almost 2.5 long swords. The Baron stats went away. But, I mean, the real beneficiary of it is going to be Beyond, who just has glass cannon physical stats.
His job is wait for somebody to get stunned and then just use every ability that he has.
And he's able to get away with that Lord Dominic's because of how much HP the enemy team's stacking. Normally, Graves can't always get away with it if he itemizes into the Black Cleaver, but this is a pretty unique situation where he is able to get both. Not a situation for the lethality version of Graves. Not enough members on the enemy team that would be a reliable enough target. Interestingly, Crazy seems to be itemizing into Guardian Angel as the 4th item.
Taking a look at the gold, you can see Ed has been doing a better job of farming compared to the Shen. Also, Beyond is about 4,000.2 gold, 1,000 gold ahead of Bless here, just in farm and in kills. He's at 6-0-3, so that's a really scary Graves right now. Oh boy. Bless, he's really tanky, but eventually, wow, just all by Ed in about the span of 5 seconds, he loses half of his health.
Crazy almost has that Guardian Angel. The problem, though, is that Baron is coming up soon. And then after Baron ends, I mean, Exodia will be on the map. Elder Drake will basically be unstoppable if MVP get it. With all their ranged champions and how much it's going to bolster the already picked up Mountain Drakes and the Infernal, it's just going to be, I think, way too much for BBQ to handle.
And BBQ has to be so careful about that Baron too. If they go out of position for 1 second, just like we saw it last time, but this time they have the Infernal and even more damage items. So if they're out of position for even less than the amount of time they were in the first time, they're just going to lose the Baron. So they need to be so conscious of that. And all the while, we could have that split push happen again, Ed versus Crazy, where Ed now with the Infernal Drake, more damage, can be chunking those turrets 1v1. And what is BBQ going to do to respond to that?
Baron is up in 5 seconds. Scryer Plant comes out to see what's going on. BBQ moving in position. They know we cannot give this away.
Lots of vision being denied here on top.
I'll be on
of the
so
river.
much value out of those ward clears. Ed in bottom. He even has red buff.
To make matters worse.
To make matters worse. And he has QSS now as well. So he's going Scimitar as his final item to be freed up if somehow BBQ would be able to lock him down. So he's just going to, for the most part, ignore the Shen and probably keep hitting the turret.
Yeah, I'd actually like to get a look at that.
Yeah.
Look at the turret. It was just at full health. What happened? What happened to the turret? It's gone.
It's getting about 42 HP in auto. Oh, even more than that now. Yeah, you can see that Crazy doesn't have an answer to it. It is a ticking time bomb, and BBQ are hard-pressed now to come up with a solution to it, because eventually that cannon's going to get into the base, and they pull the trigger, and this might just be nervousness, like a panic attempt.
Yeah, might be lights out here. I mean, they did a lot of poke damage to Ian. You know, that's definitely something to be noticed, but look at the inhibitor, it's gone.
The inhibitor is gone, and even if they get the Baron, all MVP has to do is stall, and Ed will end the game.
Yeah. And here we go. They're going to attempt to come on in, burst it down. Can Beyond get the steal? That's the question. It's Bless versus Beyond right now. Bless with the knockup. Bless dies, and Beyond gets it. Unbelievable. And Tempt is going to pay for it with his life, too. And that should be the end of the game. A huge play by Beyond. What a game out of MVP here. Able to make this composition work almost perfectly. Definitely with the help of some dragons as well. But they do make it work. Ghost on the run. Eden here just taking down every part of this base. That's the second inhibitor that goes down. And with 3 Mountain Drakes, these towers do not live. And down goes the Nexus. That's going to be game number 1 going to MVP.
And what a way to start off the second series of the night. MVP have to be feeling absolutely fantastic. Not only did they play well, but Summoner's Rift rewarded them well with those dragon spawns. And right there Beyond, that was a really cute Baron maneuver where neither Beyond or Bless really wanted to get into the moment of trying to go for the Baron burst, and then Beyond said, you know what, I'll do both at once. BBQ have to feel terrible right now. It wasn't even entirely their fault for how the game unfolded with those dragon spawns. What if it had been 2 Ocean Drakes or 3 Cloud Drakes or 3 Ocean Drakes? Completely changes the course of the game because of how it affects the macro decisions that go into things. And really difficult comp to pull off, but MVP made it work.
Yeah, I was just really impressed with, you know, what they were given and how they were able to respond. So this is the replay once again.
Yeah, so Beyond and Bless, you can see that they both stop damaging the Baron, and then Beyond has that perfect angle. And then Max able to lock down right there at the end, and Ian chases Totoro, manages to destroy him, and then Beyond tried to send Ghost to the Beyond. But he flashed over, and then it became the great chase. But the Nexus went down before he could die. So that is all for game number 1. BBQ gonna need something to bounce back in game 2, but for now we're gonna go to the analyst desk.
Yeah, that's gonna be it for our first game here as we're gonna take a break. So guys, we'll be back in 2 minutes with the analyst desk. We'll see you then. Welcome to the analyst desk here. It's me, Valdez, with Binu. We're going to go over that first game, what exactly happened, the result, the MVP, and talk a little bit about it.
And right off the bat, MVP killing it with the Dragons. BBQ came at them with the, the chicken team, And MVP had all the herbs and spices to deal with it. 3 Mountain Dragons and 1 Inferno Drake.
Aren't chickens supposed to be descendants of dragons?
That's a good point.
Isn't it? I mean, what's going on here, BBQ? So, Kennen did a lot of damage. I think most of that was just auto-attacking Shen, and Shen just healing it back up.
That's right. I think Ed finished the game with about 4 deaths in his stat line, but don't be fooled by the KDA stats because he came up huge today. Extremely deceptive Kennen too. First you look at it and you think it's AP, but then you see the fervor of battle and it's an AD Kennen, but then he builds Wit's End, so he does have magic damage. I didn't know what was going on.
So let's hear what the Korean analysts have to say about that.
Right off the bat, we're talking about the first gank that Beyond made onto Bless. Although Bless did have a gank right before that. More specifically, Helios is talking about Beyond's, game knowledge and sense to wait out the Tremor sense by not moving at all. And he also really enjoyed seeing the Keystone Mastery selection on Beyond, I believe. Of course, Ed had some narrow escapes on the top lane as well. And that's always great for MVP because drawing the jungler to your lane and managing to not give them anything. Helios feels like it's a huge contribution to MVP's success later on in the games. But at the same time, Graves also having some fireworks of his own with his damage. And here's that first gank we were talking about.
Yeah, really just nice gank there. Ed did not have his flash, so they were able to get on top of that. But look at this, Beyond is standing still. Really, really smart. Just waited for Bless to run right into it. Could not see him with the Tremor sense. Down he goes.
Here's that CC chain you were talking about. Ash Arrow into Nethergrass. You can't escape that.
Very deadly bot lane. Then Bless getting caught out with the collateral damage, burrowing right into it. And this is an interesting fight because Bless and Crazy, they don't do a lot of damage. They get kited forever. And Tempt and Ghost, they don't really land any damage because they get kited for so long. And, one Shock Blast comes out, but Jace was too low to really go in there and capitalize on the low members of MVP. So, and even though the Dragon got leashed, it was still low health once it got re-attacked. So, and this is a big highlight from the game, Beyond's play. The 2-for-1.
And speaking more about that Baron steal, Kanata saying he saw he was very impressed with Beyond's skill selection in that fight, especially in a chaotic situation for junglers as well with a low health Baron right in front of your eyes. It's hard to manage your target selection. And also MVP with a very textbook macro play with Kennen in the bottom lane, also drawing aggro to the Baron area.
So, who is the MVP of MVP? It is Beyond. 7-0-3, did not die a single time, 83% kill contribution, was blowing people up left and right. It was a very scary Graves that game.
I think Ed also made a very strong case, but in terms of his stat line, and then he Beyond did get the Baron secure at the end, so definitely deserved MVP for him.
Yeah, it was going to be one of these two.
Also, fortunately for us, MVP team without any substitutes, so
yeah,
no surprises for us here in the later stages of the Analyst Desk segment.
Yeah, so that's going to do it for this Analyst Desk. We're going to be back in 2 minutes with Game 2 of MVP versus BBQ. See you guys in a bit. Welcome back, everybody, to LCK Spring 2017. We're in the midst of BBQ versus MVP. MVP going up 1-0 so far in a pretty fiery game.
Yeah, I mean, game one started off things great, and if BBQ want to take down RNG here in game number 2.
No, that's a different region, LS. You're thinking about you're thinking about China.
All right. But so we're gonna have a quick update really quick. There's gonna be about 2 minutes before we go into the pick bans. And apparently BBQ has requested additional time to discuss the draft phase and strategy, and the Kesper refs have granted their request. So both teams are gonna get an extra 2 minutes to discuss things and how they're gonna approach this upcoming game. And last game, you have to look at it from BBQ's perspective. They had a superior team composition. They got out-blitzed. The gods of Summoner Rift did not do them any favors and did everything they possibly could to make things better for MVP. And MVP just kept getting the Mountain Drakes, and it added a pressure that is not normal. And so in a different world where maybe Ocean Drakes or Cloud Drakes spawned, that game could have definitely gone differently. But that wasn't the case. And so the draft wasn't entirely the problem, but it did not leave them the option of being able to take the fight to MVP at any point. And so this time around, we'll see if they mix up their draft a little bit, but now MVP are on blue side. So we're gonna jump into picks and bans and see what this has in store for us. And we'll see if Ed has any other creative picks, because he's starting to develop into a person that you can't really predict.
Yeah. And this is going to be really interesting. So we're not going to have like the Syndra Renekton bans that we had in the first game out of BBQ. So they're going to have a harder time taking away these champions from Ian, from Ed. And that can be a real headache for BBQ.
And so right now, standard red side ban opening, Boris. Probably going to follow this up with LeBlanc here. Yep. So there's that ban. And now when it goes back over to MVP, we might just see another target ban. We already have the Jace being banned away. And if you're thinking about last game, I don't think that there was anything really too noticeable that was causing problems. So
yeah,
unlikely that we're going to see a ban targeted at any of the previous game champions.
They had an answer for the Shen, you know. So it doesn't seem like that would be a ban. They can first pick something like Malzahar. Saw that work out for them game 1. I think this has to be a Camille. I don't want to see anything crazy out of BBQ.
Camille getting banned now, and what will MVP opt for? With Rengar being banned away by them, it's a little bit surprising if they would opt into, and that's what I was about to say, the Graves first, as Graves versus Rengar is a very good matchup for Graves.
So many good options on the table. They have the Graves. There's even, you know, Ashe out there, but obviously Malzahar.
So now BBQ probably just want to go 80 carry jungler here. And highlighting Ashe. Does add a soft counter component to the Jhin and Caitlyn.
Can Maha play the Ezreal?
Can he pull a bang? BBQ, Bless now actually going to reply with the Lees to the Graves. So in that regard, a little bit of okay, never mind. Swapping to Kha'Zix.
Yeah.
And I'm not so sure about that. It's going to be another physical versus physical matchup. Lees would have given him a little bit of an edge over Beyond's Graves. Now, MVP, how are they going to respond here? Highlighting Syndra.
Immediately the camera goes to Ian. I mean, this guy, I still think he hasn't lost a game on Syndra. And if you have someone like that, you just want to keep on giving it to him, right? If he keeps on producing with one champion, you just got to keep giving it to him. If teams don't have an answer, why not?
Well, we saw it, you know, a Syndra game earlier on tonight. The problem with her right now is that in the current meta, she doesn't have a true place. And so she ends up just being a big beater in the mid lane, where yeah, she threatens a lot of damage, and she's obviously very strong and stuff, but she has a very solo queue feel to her currently. And it doesn't really offer your team to go into specific styles other than straight up fights usually, and Jhin now locked in.
The immediate response of Echo straight into the Syndra. Pretty standard pick into that one. Curious to see how Tempt can play the Echo. Now into the second round of banning. Still no top laners picked or supports for both teams.
Might see some supports be banned away here. Interesting that BBQ is highlighting the Malzahar, even though they're on red side, they have that first pick available to them, but might be priority on Karma. And so now if you're looking at it from MVP, Shen, oh, there he is. Shen, you might want to consider banning away, primarily because, again, you have that Graves, but not just that. Synergy
The
with
what?
Echo. I was about like the Shenergy. The synergy with Echo and Kha'Zix is absolutely enormous. Couldn't quite get that out.
Don't worry, it
now
comes out eventually.
Banning the Thresh away from Max. Thresh on blue side significantly stronger than Thresh on red side, and this is looking like it's going to line up for a red side Karma, so MVP might want to consider banning that away here.
Do it. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we've been seeing this more often. It's pretty standard that you ban that out. And so they will respond with the Lulu.
Lulu now with Ashe on red side. Does mean that if they are getting shoved in, it becomes a lot easier for Bless to close the gap using the picks range. It's absolutely enormous with help picks and glitter lamps. Now MVP looking like they might just go with a top lane Nautilus.
No Scion pick.
Yeah,
you noticed that it's up.
Surprise.
And yeah.
To see that Ed is opting out of his Scion.
Nami.
Yeah. Nami's going to offer a lot of nice disengage, though, and even engage purposes. And instead, at the last second, though, you told me earlier to go talk to Max about Tom Kent. Well,
you had a little chat with him during the break.
Nautilus came up from the depths and got on Tom's boat.
Oh, look at that. I was talking about Poppy earlier.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Graves has his cigar.
Yeah.
Has he always had that back?
I think so.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. He has a cigar in the animation.
Yeah, he does.
They took that from him. You know what? Nautilus being a pal. Listen, I'll tell you the story. So Syndra, she came from the void, and she had this like crazy idea about art. And so she talked to Jin about it. And so Jin sought out his guy from the depths, all right? So the guy came up like Godzilla from the ocean, got on Tom's boat, they went to the island, okay, Rito Island, and they got Graves' cigar, and now Graves is back from the beyond.
Are you sure they didn't go to Cuba? You know, Cuban cigars.
Get off the depths. BBQ, though, on the other side, I don't quite have a story for them, but looks like Poppy was a little bit nervous with the story that I just told.
She's giving you that look, man.
Kha'Zix, though, I mean, he was feeling it. He was looking down, he's like, this is what I like.
Yeah.
Tell
me more, LS.
Coming down from the depths. Kha'Zix would certainly like to know how to rewind time like Echo.
Oh, yeah.
Hear that a few more times. So, one more time, this team composition. This is the crew that found Graves' cigar. Nautilus, Graves, Syndra, Jin, and Tom Kench. They might assemble Captain Planet. And on the other side, Poppy, Kha'Zix, Echo, Ashe, and Lulu. Lots of engage potential, lots of lockup coming out of BBQ Oliver's.
I'm happy that one team didn't forget about Poppy.
He's even using the Atlantean.
Yeah.
He knew.
Makes sense. He was privy to your story ahead of time. Guys, we're going to be jumping into Game 2 right now. BBQ versus MVP. Can MVP close it out, or will BBQ come back? Let's find out.
The King Kot guy is not as enthusiastic as the Kongdu Monster guy.
Yeah, the Kongdu Monster guy. Oh, hold that thought. Uh-oh. Can he get the third? There it is. And I mean, he has the
I'm
tongue
disappointed.
lash. What?
I'm really disappointed.
Did he just decide not to use it?
This is a gentleman's agreement.
He's just like, nah, not feeling it today. Lulu, you get a pass.
All right. So, right now both teams fanning out.
Had to brush that one off, right, Ellis?
Yeah.
Not happy with that Tom Kent's play.
You could have easily have just traded Exhaust for potentially getting 2 summoners out of BBQ. A little bit surprising that they didn't opt to do that. I feel like that's a handshake they should have been willing to take. And now, you know, we mentioned earlier actually how we had not seen Poppy in a while. Beyond has to work on his triple shots. Extremely difficult actually at the Raptor camp with Graves, but can be done.
He actually didn't finish the Raptor camp. He's going to blue.
He just got level 2 off all the small Raptors.
Yeah.
Now he's immediately going over to blue, and Bless
well.
now, because he had that ward, able to immediately go into Beyond's blue side jungle.
Yeah. Good placement on that ward. Good foresight.
Oh, and Ed now coming down.
This is...
He's certain he's going to find Graves' cigar, man. This guy's trying to steal it, this little bug.
I mean, they see him, but...
He doesn't want to catch anything, so he's moving back up. That's why he's wearing protection.
Yeah. It's a lot of armor. Oh boy. Nice combo there from Tempt. And they kind of just both agree to take each other's jungles. Looks like Beyond actually fully cleared the wolves, whereas Bless left one small wolf. But Beyond will get to the Scuttle Crab here a bit faster.
Graves now going to be able to transition into a superior clear, though. So even though nothing has really happened yet, Beyond actually coming out ahead in the opening jungler routes. And I say that because you look at the way that Bless is now going to be able to path. He's going to go up to his red and then his golems, or his golems then his red, and it's just a wonky clear. Whereas you look at Beyond and he has a clear shot up his jungle to transition into his wolf camp. It's a lot healthier clear, it makes a lot more sense, and it lets him go up to top lane where Crazy is constantly pushing in. And then at that point, Bless, relative to top lane, will not be close by.
And though having a bit of trouble there in top lane right now, low on health and mana compared to Crazy. Crazy doing a nice job, even a level up on Ed. This may... Part of this could have been because Ed did rotate down towards the blue and Bless was there. So he may have lost a bit of experience as Crazy was not pushing. Seems like he'll survive though.
Oh, Bless has to be really careful. Looks like he... Okay, he does pick it up.
Graves is on the hunt. It looks like he was spotted. So Bless just running away. But this will be the Raptors going over to Beyond. Of course, lots of pings going down there as they did see him go in. So good information on where he is. Still beneficial for MVP and Beyond.
And so right now, game is in a little bit of a passive phase. BBQ probably don't want to look to do anything until bottom lane has that level 6. Extremely difficult to set anything up in any of these lanes. And as well, I mean, Beyond probably can't do anything as well until Ian or Ed are level 6. But once Ian is level 6 and Beyond is level 6, Tempt is going to have to be very careful.
Bless walking on in. There's actually no vision over there. That's not too common nowadays. Finally pushing down the ward, but Ian could be punished for this. Going to be jumped on by the red buff Bless. Still has his flash, but actually Tempt wasn't close enough to force it out of him. So Ian will survive and keep his flash. Does use his ghost.
And meanwhile, up in top lane, they did manage to get the flash out of Crazy. So at least they have a little bit of a victory right there, and now Tempt is continuing to zone Ian. Tempt does have the level lead. Ed now coming in, he's trying to get some intel.
Maha trying to get that crit. Looks like it was blocked by a shield, so bottom lane right now is looking pretty decent for BBQ. That Ashe, that soft counter you were talking about against the Jhin seems to be working out. Already about, I'd say maybe 7-6 CS after that last wave is cleared up. Infernal Drake to start the game, so no lack of, you know, exciting dragons here in this series.
And so far, just a lot of passive play from both of these teams. First dragon of the game, though, is an Infernal Drake, so obviously both parties want to get that. Difficult for me to say who it would be more worthwhile for. Obviously, the Jhin and Syndra would benefit greatly from it, as well as the Graves, but as well, I mean, Echo, Ashe, and Kha'Zix all equally benefit from it quite a lot.
This was spotted by the Hawkshot, but they're actually just baiting in Bless. There's the ultimate. Bless survives. First blood in top.
What?
Okay, we missed that one, but that...
Ed confused Poppy's lollipop as the cigar, so that's what was going on.
Yeah, that's what happened.
That's what, yeah. He got really mad.
So the blue buff,
we're gonna get a replay on that, but yeah.
The blue buff went over to. Anyway, let's watch this first.
So the trade starts a little far forward. You can see that Crazy not able to pick up his passive, and you know Ed told him to come over here. Crazy a little bit late, and then just a nice kill by Ed. Nice solo kill.
That's what happens to me.
Crazy, yeah, he doesn't have his flash available to him.
That's what happens to me when I play against Nautilus in top lane. I hate it.
Matt showing us that he can hit all, well, never mind, but, oh, he missed again.
Close. Ghost and Maha low on mana now. But with Max this low, just having trouble sticking around. I'm just gonna let them push this one in.
So Ian gonna have to be a little bit careful right here. BBQ now turning their sights onto the Infernal. And Beyond does have a level advantage over Bless, a little bit stronger of a smite.
Has his flash too, has the burst. Can he line it up? No. In fact, Bless will get it, and he doesn't even have to flash as Tom Kent just eats him over the wall. So Infernal Drake does go to BBQ, their first Drake of the series.
Really nice pickup for them. The next dragon, Ocean Drake.
Tempt has been really slippery in mid lane with that Echo, making it so difficult for Ian to hit him with any of his skill shots. And you can see it reflected a bit in the CS, already about 13 ahead as BBQ, or rather, I should say Tempt. Ed is so on point with these dredge lines.
He really knows how to hook him.
He's going for the cigar, man.
Yeah, he is. Trying to find it. That's the story of the match, actually. BBQ picks up the Infernal Drake, which is like the cigar. They take it away, and now the Ocean spawns. It's going to be a problem, because Ocean Drake not really going to be of great benefit to either of these teams in the later stages of the game. They don't really have siege or poke potential on either one. I mean, you could make an argument for BBQ, of course, with that Echo and Ashe, but for the most part, it's not going to be the most impactful Drake. Cloud Drake would certainly be a little bit better.
Ooh, nice knockout there onto Beyond, and that's going to force Ed into a 1v2. Tempt was also coming on up, but here Ian and Beyond make their way in. Looks like Red was taken, probably by Bless at the end of it all. Beyond immediately starts the Rift Herald. Gonna bring down Ed to tank. This is that dredge line. Yeah, Red did go to Bless, but looks like Rift Herald could potentially be getting on Beyond here.
This is a nice little pickup. Does give gold to every member. And it certainly would be a nice little addition on Ed up in that top lane. It's only gonna have it until 31 minutes though. So it's not the longest Rift Herald. He won't have it for the entire game.
Oh, stun coming down onto Tempt. Gets the Thunderlord proc. And actually, Tempt wants to turn this onto Ian. Really nice bit of burst damage. Ian, though, lands another stun. Beyond is nearby. Just waiting, just in case. Oh, Enchanted Crystal Arrow landed onto Max, forces that exhaust out, but Max extremely low, does survive, but that will push him out of lane.
Siesley is getting pretty big in bottom and mid lane. Ed, the only one that is really winning handily, with the exception of Beyond in the jungle. Lots of turret damage actually coming down from BBQ, and this is really great if they can actually unlock Ghost and Totoro.
Ooh. Slip into the side there was Ghost. Did a barrel roll.
Abyssal Voyage trying to catch Bless, coming up short. So right now we haven't really reached a critical point in the game yet. Not really going to reach it until most of these champions have 1.5 items. That's really the spike for MVP, whereas BBQ, I mean, they're looking to have 2 or 3 items, but their impact with 2 is definitely very big.
Oh, Smite fight. Looks like Bless was a little bit early. Beyond able to pick that one up with his Smite at about 18 health. Something really low. So, another buff picked up there by MVP. They're winning in that regard.
Now it just goes back to a trading fest. Dragon's coming up in a 1.5 minutes, but I don't think that it's one that either team really will want to commit into capturing. Oh, they land the Tongue Lash into the Deadly Flourish.
No curtain call. Decide against it. Almost definitely wouldn't be able to kill anyone, especially with Lulu with everything and heal up. Not trying to open anything up. Beyond is nowhere near.
Be careful though, Ed.
Here,
Come down.
Yeah, the immediately response with the teleport. Is he going to complete that one? Nope. Looks like that was a little bit of a bug, perhaps. But Ed does complete it and comes down.
Oh, Ed might be looking for blood.
He was watching Prophet earlier on that Nautilus. He's like, I can do it too. I got the Rift Herald buff.
Did alleviate some of the pressure.
Now Ed's making his way into mid. He was watching Booty on Sunday.
Yep.
And he's like, oh, I can do that too, but fails to do either.
Turn all the way back up to top lane. Beyond probably actually going to pick up top wave. It's a lot of juicy gold. BBQ going to get the first blood turret of the game.
Split it between Ghost and Totoro here. Abyssal Voyage coming in. That is Maha and Max. Ghost has barely any mana. Will attempt to flash the wall. Gets Deadly Flourished and devoured. And that should be Ghost going down. Maha gets a bit low, but they are able to pick up the kill. Here comes Bless. There's no ward spotting him, but Ed, meanwhile, and Beyond, and Ian are all rotating down to this Ocean Drake. So BBQ, after losing Ghost, will have to back off.
Opportunistic Drake being picked up now by MVP. We'll have to see what the next dragon to spawn will be, and it is not like this. Another Ocean Drake, I do believe. And in the meanwhile, Crazy pushing. So yeah, the Abyssal Voyage comes in, and Ghost and Totoro just simply weren't respecting it. That's really all that there is to say about this. It almost looked like Ghost was actually going to be able to get the flash off and get away, but Max able to get that third stack and use Devour.
Oh, flashes the arrow. And that are 4 members of BBQ up in top lane looking to push. Meanwhile, the bot turret has gone down.
This is a handshake that BBQ has to be very careful with. Yes, they have the red buff on Kha'Zix, but Maha and Max able to shred turrets pretty quickly, and now Beyond with that red buff in mid lane, so you can see this was a little bit of a blunder macro-wise by BBQ. They lose out quite big.
Yeah. if they were able to pick up a kill perhaps or something else on the back of it, it would have been nice, but they're just not able to.
And the problem is if they persisted up in top lane and tried to get onto that top tier 2 turret, it would have meant that either their mid and bottom tier 2 would also go down.
Tempt using his ultimate to get back into the lane, and Beyond might be locked down here. Oh, so close. Gets pinned against the wall, though, by Crazy. Wasn't expecting him to come from bot, and down he goes.
Game's going to enter into a little bit of a lull phase now.
Ed.
Not much activity. Yeah, Ed trying to get some damage onto that turret. Has that Rift Herald as well, but he knew that someone was coming up to top lane. And the thing that MVP has to be careful about is BBQ have the 1-3-1 available to them later on. It is a little bit weakened due to the fact that they are on red side, but still an option. But Tom Kench also will play a part in shutting that down with the Abyssal Voyage. It's very easy for MVP to turtle their blue side jungle, use Tom Kench to position around and teleport members to wherever is necessary. And then in addition to that, I mean, neither Crazy or Tempt are really going to have a way of dealing with Nautilus. I mean, he's not going to be able to do anything to them, but he's just going to be a complete wall.
A giant suit of armor walking around the rift. Extremely scary. As you said, lots of survivability on this MVP team. Ian trying to throw the blue buff off of the rift. Looked like it was his pet for a little bit, like a giant daisy. But decides he does not want to join the dark side of Syndra. Looks like Beyond might steal this for a third time.
Probably just going to give it to Ian.
Yeah.
Interesting that she threw it further. I'm not quite sure if they had Vision of Bless, but that would have been a pretty feels bad man moment.
Oh yeah.
If Bless was coming around from Wolves and just smited it.
Blue buff going to be traded on over. Looks like Tempt takes this one. We got Baron spawning in 30 seconds. And a second Ocean Drake is next, so that's kind of awkward, another opportunistic one. Very close game in terms of gold and kills. Within 1,000. Ian looking to open that lead up a little bit more.
This is so surprising that Ian looks like he's going to get away with this almost. Beyond right there to protect him.
Yeah.
Beyond wins out again, 2-level advantage.
The stun lands, and uh-oh, Tempt in a bit of trouble. The collateral damage, oh, and the flash forces that ultimate out, but he goes right back into the hands of Beyond and Ian. And down he should go, one more shot will do it.
I think he's gonna, oh.
Meanwhile, Max getting himself, or rather Maha getting himself into a lot of trouble. Max as well. May bait these two into Ian and Beyond. No other members are nearby. Teleport coming in from Ed. That might be stopped, actually, by the Poppy. Yes, it is. Oh, well, okay. Ghost just became a ghost. Didn't see him. Totoro also died.
And now Ed rotating into mid lane. They're going to pick up this turret. He doesn't even care that it's a turret. He's just tanking that. They're on a mission. Now they're going to begin to pressure middle tier 2. Teleport on Tempt. They're not respecting it. MVP could get sandwiched. And in live right now, there's a guillotine about to happen, but in the replay,
we're watching the sandwich too.
Yeah, I don't know which one to talk about. It looks like we're going back to live. So the guillotine from that double teleport. Looks like they only drop Ian though.
Yeah.
So
MVP, they were on a mission for commission, but BBQ caught them slipping.
Never rap in your life.
Well, it was good. I'm gonna start my career soon.
Just never. No.
LF's gonna take his headset off, walk off the desk. So, yeah, I mean, they were trying to get that turret, but they paid for it with the life of Ian. Unfortunately, BBQ really didn't have any objective to go for after that kill. They kind of just farm in mid. And Ocean Drake spawns, but Ian is back up now, so even if they really did want that Ocean Drake, not going to be the easiest objective.
Well, Max now just trying to clear out some vision. You can see things going down on top lane. And when Dragon goes down here as well, it's going to remove an objective from the map that BBQ could try to somehow entice MVP to fight them at. And without that dual teleport, they can't even try to, you know, coordinate a 1-3-1 in any manner. So MVP going to be content to sit back and just let the game keep going. They're going to let that Syndra scale up, the Jhin, the Graves. And the real problem will be the Graves. They're not going to have a reliable enough answer to it later on, especially if you itemize a Scimitar. It's going to be extremely unlikely they can lock him down. And then unfortunate for Bless, it's so difficult for him to find a way in. And this is why I was wondering a little bit about that Kha'Zix swap instead of the Elise.
Yeah. Kha'Zix kind of feels like this bug that jumps in and you just kind of swat it away. You know, unless he somehow finds Maha alone or Ian or something like that. Hold that thought. Big stun onto Max. Beyond is going to be devoured here by Max, but Max gets stunned up here. Beyond might meet the same fate. Curtain Call comes out in a huge crit onto Echo, and here comes Ed from Beyond. The big ultimate. Ghost is going to just disappear once again. Totoro getting locked up. Double kill for Syndra. Bless. So much CC coming out of this Nautilus. And Beyond, he wants more. Crazy. Might not be able to survive here, the red buff. He's forced to flash away.
They're going to go into Baron, and that's what I'm talking about. You can't win the team fights unless you get a miracle pick onto that Graves. But unfortunately for them, it looked like they had found it, but then Tom Kench, he's quite annoying. Able to pick Beyond up and then get him to safety. And you could see that Tempt was not expecting that damage from Beyond. Able to kill him before he could use his ultimate. We'll see another replay of it. So you see Max and Beyond trying to clear out the vision. They lock up Max, but then turn their attention to Beyond a little bit too quick.
Perfect
he says, live another day, friend. And then right there at the end, 864.
I think that was the fourth shot.
That was the fourth shot of Jhin.
Yeah. Well, he wasn't expecting that either.
Yeah, he was not expecting that and the softening up from the Black Cleaver. And then at that point, it's just whatever MVP wants to do.
Ed's Nautilus is beautiful, man. I'm loving it. The play out of specifically Max and Ed, every single time I see MVP play, those two are just the superstars. Ian always does consistent damage. And Beyond tonight on Graves is just having a magnificent night. It's so cool to see. And I think this is one of these series where we really get to see the true power of this Graves. Just doing incredible amounts of damage.
Now, Bless might be a little bit caught out here. He does have Flash. Max misses the Tongue Lash, so probably going to get benched, but no, I'm kidding. Wow, look at the damage on Ghost.
Whoa, he's looking for that shot. Big knockout by Crazy, but MVP just doesn't seem to care. They are rolling with this one. They're up to 8,000 gold. Maha's going to join the fight again. You were talking about that Kha'Zix. Bless just seems like an annoying fly that's running around, and now he's about to get swatted. Down he goes. Tempt does find the kill onto Syndra in the back. Now Maha getting a little bit low. Doesn't quite look like it's going to be enough, though. Tempt not able to get on in there again. Ghost disappears for the fourth time tonight. I've said that so many times. Down goes Tempt. That might just be the game here for MVP.
Yep, and MVP looked like they're going to push on to the Nexus turrets, and I don't know really what to say about this game. It was just a slow and steady game, and it eventually just spun out of control, and BBQ's composition were not equipped to handle it without their smoke and mirrors. And when they committed to that double teleport play, it all just seemed to go completely downhill from there, because that really just reduced their options. MVP took that huge decisive fight inside of BBQ's red side jungle, and they got Baron and found Graves' Cigar.
Yeah, they did it. They finally got their goal at the end of it all, and MVP should be very happy with this series. I mean, BBQ is not one of the super top tier teams in LCK by any means, but they did a pretty nice job. Their 2 games that they won were very clean, very well played.
And there's their faces right now. I don't know. They don't look so discouraged. Crazy though, maybe looks a little bit upset.
Yeah, he's.
But
really...
I mean, if you take it away, you know, from their perspective, they really got screwed by the RNG spawn of the Dragons in game number 1. In game number 2, they made a few outplays that I think that it's very possible for them to go back, look at it, and understand, okay, this is why we lost. And we let the game get to this point. We didn't play around these specific things. And right here, you see Totoro just getting caught out a little bit, gets locked up, and everything was looking like it could have turned around for the good. Maha, though, able to try to run away, but then Ghost went a little bit too forward. Max locking him up using the thick skin in this replay. That gave enough time for Ian and Beyond to arrive to the fight. Abyssal Voyage came in, and it's sandwiched Ghost.
Poor Ash this game. Just death after death after death. There were some decent arrows, but with the Tom Kench, like every time I see Tom Kench against Ash, it's just like the saddest day for Ash.
And MVP, I mean, as the season continues to go on, they keep looking more and more like a legitimate contender for top 3.
Yeah.
We'll have to see if they can keep things up. This happened for them last LCK in summer. They kept looking good, and then eventually they just took a nosedive. But
yeah,
we're about to go into the MVP interview, and that'll do it for tonight's games.
Welcome back, guys, to the analyst desk. I was eating a piece of bread, but and Binu just flew off the balcony, did a backflip, landed right in the chair. 10 out of 10. Here we go. We're going to look at the result of Game 2.
And what can we say? MVP with a very clean 2-0 to the series, and I definitely agree with you there. What you said towards the end of the match segment, saying that it looks like MVP's actually finding a very good rhythm at this halfway point of the season. Maybe looking like they could enter the top 3.
Team effort there in terms of damage. Nautilus takes #1 spot, funnily enough.
Again, going back to that hit phrase, I think, for MVP whenever Ed and Max have a very clean performance. Ed Max coming in and making things look easy for MVP. Maybe a little bit more fury, and we can maybe call them straight up Mad Max.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to get a little bit angrier than they were tonight. Max is going to be the MVP here on the Tom Kench, and this guy is just stacking up the MVP points. Joins the rest of the boys up at 600.
I have to admit, early on in the season when he was, playing that Syndra support and then experimenting with a lot of other picks, I did doubt him a little, but at this point he looks fantastic on whatever he plays. So very good time for him to step up for MVP, and the team as a whole looked so much stronger. Of course, I would have to imagine if someone has to be, because of their rivalry with BBQ as well. But nevertheless, on the interview desk, we do have Max and Beyond. So, great revenge victory from the first round. How do you feel? And Beyond says, we lost in the first round to BBQ, so we really wanted to win the match, and I feel great. Max also saying that he feels great as well. Especially because he beat Ghost. Of course, kind of a history lesson there. Max used to be on CJ, Ghost used to be on CJ. They used to be their substitute bottom lane at different points in time, so maybe a little friendly rivalry there between these two players.
딱히 그렇게 많이 부담되진 않았고 우리가 상대방을 잘 알고 상대도 우리를 잘 아는 만큼 CS 점프하는 쪽이 이기겠다라고 생각하고 CS 중에서도 최대한 집중했죠.
Now, MVP supposedly practices a lot with BBQ, so what are the complications or maybe considerations going into a match that you consider to be your scrim partner? And Beyond says, well, there aren't a lot of complications. It's more of that confidence that you know the opponent and the opponent knows you as well. So he focused on minimizing his mistakes to get the victory today. Now, Kanata asking Max, what does he think of support Elise? Is it viable? And Max says, I could have played it today, but support Elise may be a little bit more dependent on what situation presents itself. And saying that he's going to be a little bit careful with bringing it out in the tournament. Now, previously when MVP was in the summer season, Beyond had a lot of games where he was the only one carrying, but how does he feel about the evolution of this MVP team where everybody's stepping up? So Beyond says it definitely feels like a more complete team, a more well-balanced team compared to last year, and feels really happy with the level their performance is at right now.
This is a Beyond replay, not an anti-Ed replay before.
So Kanata asking him, it looks like you actually knew all these kind of events were going to happen in place, showing your practice workload and expertise in the sequence. And Beyond says he basically predicted that Ed was going to die, but the Rek'Sai had only one place to go, and you see him taking advantage of the Tremor Sense to get that revenge kill onto Bless. Now, also asking about Beyond's Keystone Mastery selection, Storm Raider Surge, I believe, on Graves. And Beyond says, I only got the tail end of his answer, but he says it's a very, very great mastery on Graves because you do have the burst damage to activate the mastery, and especially for a jungler when you're running through the jungle, you have a lot of situations where you're being chased or chasing after someone, so he finds it to be very useful on Graves. And speaking on the Baron secure, or steal, depending on how you look at it, Beyond says he was really pressed to use his ultimate at the same time because he felt like it was really close, but he did take that extra time to be a little more patient, and looks like it paid off for him. So question for Max. The 7.4 patch added a lot of new mastery changes. And Max saying usually he doesn't go for the precision mastery, but with the new patch, he feels like that's a pretty viable one to take. However, he does say he misclicked something leading into one of today's games. Thankfully, none of his teammates noticed.
근데 자기가 돌아가면서 실수하고 말 안 하더라고요. 그래가지고 지금 알았어요. 아 그래요? 좀 지금 알았어요. 11개가 있는지도 몰랐는데.
And Beyond says, usually everybody kind of takes turns making mistakes, but nobody says anything. I myself just realized now. So we're going to take a look at Max's Tom Kench highlights, and I believe they were talking about Keystone Mastery selection when Max said he did make a mistake with a misclick.
Probably got the wrong one, and Beyond was like, what? I didn't even realize.
If I remember correctly, he had
It might have been something like Thunderlords, or I don't really know. Max just like saving person after person. And the fourth bullet. GG tempt.
Now, let's highlight Beyond and Max kind of starring in the beginning stages of this clip. Max says, I thought about whether I should kind of ditch Beyond, but he did end up staying alive, and he did end up killing the Echo. So it turns out it was a worthwhile swallow. I don't know what to call it.
A worthwhile swallow indeed.
Now, Helios considers Graves to be the top tier, maybe first place jungler right now, and Beyond says he definitely agrees.
As does LS.
Graves is in a great place.
Everybody's on the same page here.
Even Max, yeah.
Yeah.
And saying, Max, you know all about how good Graves is. Maybe you might play in that sport. Kanata saying the possibility is always open for this guy. So finally, with the second round officially underway, what would the players like to say to the fans? Trying to decide who's going to...
Beyond is so polite.
So Beyond says, so far we've been somewhat underwhelming in the first round, but we've shared a lot of feedback internally within the team, and we're really looking to make it to the playoffs. So he asked the fans for their support and a lot of cheers. And Max would like to tell his teammates, you know, we haven't achieved anything yet. Don't get cocky, and let's keep working hard. That impressed Helios a lot. And Max returning the compliment saying that you're much cooler than me, Helios.
Well, Max is pretty cool himself. So that's going to do it for us today, guys. We'll fill you in on the matches tonight. It was 2 2-0s, SKT taking out Jin and MVP taking out BBQ. Wasn't the latest ending night, although we did have that pause. But either way, of course, for you guys who are sticking around till the end, I'm sure you know there's going to be LCK tomorrow and Thursday and Saturday, just going by the regular schedule. So make sure to check out the OGN broadcasts over there. We are going to take a look at the standings as well. You can see that SKT does keep their first place spot, 10-1. And looking at MVP, they're getting very close to both KT Rolster and Samsung. So we were talking a lot about how MVP is really beginning to scratch that surface to like claw their way into that top 3. They're getting really close, and they have a good chance if they can continue with their momentum.
very drastic records both at the top and bottom of the table, and like you said, given the events of the last 2 days, KT Rolster, Samsung Galaxy, and MVP definitely looking like big contenders for that playoff, berth and the big 3 spot. Of course, the latter being just a matter of pride, but still very important. So Helios complimenting MVP's performance as well, saying that, today was somewhat of a hallmark moment here, and maybe a lot of teams should pay attention to this team moving forward.
Yeah, I definitely will be. They have a lot of players that are beginning to shine. The match is tomorrow. Samsung versus Afrika should be a really nice one. Rocks Tigers versus Kongdu. A couple of the teams at the bottom. We'll see who is looking better then. And then, of course, some more games over at SPO.TV next week on Sunday and Tuesday. But that's going to be it for us, guys. Thanks once again for joining us for all the games tonight. And we'll see you next time here at SPO.TV.
We must be brave in the heart of the darkness. Tell me what you say when the mood's right. Sitting on the bed in the back of a room. We can hit it off if you want us to. I'll learn to cover you. Some girls like the boys who are fast. Some girls like making it last. Who are you? Some girls got so much to prove, but those girls got nothing on you. Who are you? Who are you? Won't you tell me now? Won't you tell me now? Tell me what you love. Is the sunlight? Tell me what you feel. Is it alright? Sitting on the bed at the back of the room. We can get along if you want.